2V6.5，1号大牌。
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to day 1B of our Baby Dragon event. Ace King facing a 4-bet here by the pocket tens. Looks like the chips are going into the middle.
AK 10。
你应该有 A 吧？没有，我操，抢狗开吃 A 都没有。
我有，
狗 K 有啊。
我有。
我68。
我操！
你别说，没开的有，我有，我可以推的。Let's go。
看我赢他，没有你我要防守的。哎呦，我好强啊！我68没花。
我27了。差不多。
我也会3比你啊。
谁3我都要防守的，只是靠不了4滴嘛，对吗？
那不把我带走了？又实时带走了。
26000。
哦，卡法。
哎呀，烦死了！早知道我另个敲。哎。
另不靠。
也不会，他也还会开吃你3滴。
对呀，你多输一个3比钱。
我知道，我亏了，我 A8。
你赢了吗？
赢了呀 ，A8 呀。
对，这个有8就顺，不对啊，有8没有顺啊，有8就顺，对。
输主持赢边部。
诗诗整的挺硬的。
Player out。
优先上吗？
怕什么？怕实时你就不要翻线跟人打光啊！还问我有没有 A 有没有 K？
我没怕呀。
你问我有没有 A 有没有 K？
胜率高一点点的。怕我还去4B。我怕个屌。我怕筹码不够多。
你也吹了牛啊！要没有他你不死吗？
我心想这么好不会扣我3B 的。
我吗？我开了是要扣的呀。
Alright, we have Mrs. Lee Jiang Lai here. Sending it all in. Last 9,000. 9 big blinds, ace jack offsuit. It's more than good enough. Request the triangle. Mrs. Mali, hello again. Didn't recognize you there. Yesterday she was dressed like a rapper in her purple hoodie. Today comes with the more formal approach. She's going to make the call here. Secret bad news, completely dominated and behind here. 3-1 favorite is the ace jack for now.
9000啊！直播桌有毒哎！靠！牙齿气死我了！
7 rainbow here. No backdoor diamonds.
勾8呀。
出体耶！还有不多。
7、8呀。勾8不是勾7、8吗？梦中。
Just tuning in, then welcome. You are one of the lucky ones. 7 rainbow here. 7 rainbow. 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 joining us for this fight 1B of the Dragon. Golden Red Dragon Jeju 2025. And Mr. Demas Patrick as well. Also had the pleasure to have that gentleman on the feature table yesterday, and once more he rejoins us here. Also, one of the unlucky ones crashing out just before the money bubble was burst. But that's okay, sir. Flight B waiting for you. And should you be unfortunate enough to bust this one, we do have Flight C later today, the turbo flight. Mr. Lee there. Not quite sure what he's got stuck in his eye, but if he scratches any harder, he'll be joining the club of Stevie Wonder. Hopefully he can still see his cards here. King 10 offsuit. Potentially a fringe hand. One of those hands we're not sure if it's strong enough to make it into the raising range under the gun. See some players fold it, whereas others, like Mr. Lee, will open it up. And we get to see firsthand here the problem of playing a hand like this. You will get flatted behind by your opponents with combinations that dominate you. We can see this unfolding right here. King Queen suited, flatting from the hijack. And now question on Marley here. Ace Queen offsuit in the small blind, playing around 32 bigs to start the hand. Does she want to squeeze here or just flat? And yeah, good for her. We'll come with the aggressive latter option, pumping this one up to 8,500. And pretty sure we'll see Lee Lei get out of the way here. But then decision will be back on Dai Ling Hu. Well, King Queen suited here. Pretty interesting spot.
I just want to make a note, if you can hear me, Grant, that we've got a severe lack of bright and shiny hoodies. Only the pink one in seat 2 today. A severe step down in bright hoodie quality, I must say.
Yeah, it's absolutely shocking standard today. To be honest, it's not even going to get a mention from myself. Once these guys step their game up, then sure, I might comment a little bit on that. But for now, absolutely dead as a dodo. As we do see the squeeze there from Marley, good enough to take that one down. And Jordan, I have to share this with you, my friend, because something absolutely tragic and traumatic happened to me just this morning. As I left my apartment, somebody shouted over at me, hey, Josh. And I looked over and I was very confused. And this person mistakenly thought I was Josh McCulley. For a few seconds there, yeah, I was extremely offended, got aggressive towards that person. But then I realized they weren't wearing their contact lenses. So they just mistakenly thought, another white person was indeed just another whitey. We all look the same, apparently. But to be called Josh McCulley, for me, extremely offensive. And for that reason alone, I'm heading to the gym right now.
That is totally understandable. I will ask, though, would you like to commentate this last hand, as I think it may have a special place in your heart? I'd hate to take it away from you.
I'm not going anywhere just yet, my friends. Because Mr. Demas Patrick, we saw him yesterday on this live stream feature table, and he's blessing us with his presence once more. And this gentleman here, he's being very mischievous. It's only the third hand of the day here, and he's already jacking off here from the hijack. And yeah, it's not going to work out for you, sir. So you got to be careful here with your tendencies when you are wanting to play jacking off. And you can't just be doing it, any time of the day, any place, anytime you feel like it. There will be repercussions for your actions. And there, Mr. Lee Zhanglai slamming down the hammer and saying to Mr. Demas Patrick there, sir, if you want to start jacking off when I've got position on you, I get to act after you. So you come first and then I'll finish the job afterwards. And yeah, classic 3-bet shove there from Lee Zhanglai, picking up the dead money. Fantastically played, sir.
Well, I very much appreciate you sticking around to be able to talk us through that King Jack against Ace 8. And for now, enjoy your time at the gym. And we will see you in a couple of hours, I would think. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday. I know I am. Going to be with you guys for most of the evening. Grant and I will do a little bit of a tag job in and out throughout the course of the evening, but no doubt there'll be plenty of banter still to go around. This baby dragon field of 106 in this flight. There is still the turbo flight this evening for another opportunity to make it through to day 2. We had 17 players or 18 players go through the flight yesterday. Carnage on the last hand with A7 suited, jamming it in and getting called off by an over-average stack with pocket kings. And unfortunately for the kings, an ace in the window spelt GG to Stone Bubble. But that is tournaments, and that will happen. As the Lay is going to get after it with the King 10 offsuit again. Dialing Kui, though. King Queen suited. Definitely going to be getting involved and is dominating. Looks like just a call in the small blind instead of 3-betting. Which allows the 10 deuce suited. Ipan Prama Iliadi going to come along. And it's actually the 10 deuce suited that comes out on top. Bottom pair. Still plenty going on for these other guys, though. Backdoor flush draw for the both of them. Couple of overcards. As the brightest jacket, that pink Adidas spray jacket, the only player, as we mentioned yesterday, that had any kind of calling to potentially win the brightest jacket of the series. I still think the gentleman yesterday wearing the bright yellow one is in the lead, but we'll definitely update you on that. Six clubs on the turn. Checks back around to the late on the button. As there's a bit of a distraction. It looks like all of a sudden there's a dinosaur getting involved with the stream table. I could have sworn these things have been gone for multiple millions of years. There's one getting around in the background. And this is just amazing. I love it. As the 10 is going to bet 3K on this dribble with best hand. I'm sure if it's a bluff that is going to win the pot. Seven-six for Patrick. Shi Xiaoling really making it pretty obvious what the hand is there, opening to 5K. There are large open sizes, and then there are 5x under the gun off of 8 big blinds. I've got the Facebook and YouTube chats open, so if you guys have any questions, send them through. I may not be as smart, handsome, good at poker, strong, charismatic as Grant. There's nothing more to that. It's just Tyling Wee opening the ace-jack offsuit. 2.5K from the cutoff. Patrick started this with 23 big blinds. Many hands going around here. The original open from ace suited a call from threes and 7-8 offsuit, but Shi Xiao Ling is going to put in most of their remaining stack with ace king suited. And it looks like everybody's got their cards on their backs here. 7-8 offsuit as well. Is this a four-way all-in? It looks like it is at least a three-way all-in. Threes, ace, king, ace, jack. Oh, and an ace and a jack on the flop. Needs to fade a 3 or a king on the river. Instead, it's the 10 of clubs. And ace, jack is going to get a double up. Ace, king will be hitting the rail. GG's in the chat. As always, guys, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Bit of a first time for everything with us doing English streams for this series. Hopefully you guys enjoy it so we can do it more in the future. Ipvan with the ace-4, raising to 2,000, blinds of 500 at 1K with a 1K big blind ante. Li Xianglei going to defend the ace-7. Started this one with less than 20 big blinds, so slightly on the shorter side. King Jack 10, 2 hearts, and well, that's a lot of outs. 20 of them running along the top of the screen. Eight of diamonds on the turn, meaning that these guys are going to be chopping it up pretty often, barring a 9 or a 7 or a 4. 8,500 in the middle. Looks like the a7 is going to be leading. In it goes a bet. I'm going to limp in the small blind, hoping to try and see a cheap flop, but pocket jacks aren't going to let that happen. In goes the raise and the snap fold. Not much happening so far apart from that three-way all-in. 114 in this field now as the number keeps trickling upwards. Couple of these faces familiar from yesterday's stream. This being one of them, Patrick Demis. Ran relatively deep yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately his eights were no good against the queens of leading way. Over to Chang Ling Sun. Pocket nines going to be 3-bet to 9,000. Action back around to Mali facing this 3-bet by the nines. Just going to relinquish it.
下个就到你。下个就到你。下个就是你一个人玩了，还来一个。
Nine, 8, 3. Both of these guys with a pair. Dialing Hui in the best shape, though. Going to start with a bit of 1,000. See if this pot can build from nowhere. Looks like it's going to be the raise from top 2. Li Lei. Just middle pair, no backdoor flush draw, so drawing very, very thin. I wonder if he feels like a call is in order purely because of the Jack 10s of the world, and the call does go in. The turn card is the King of Diamonds, so the check mark firmly in Dialing Hui's favor. Very quick subsequent 5k bet. The lay with the 8 is going to let it go. Dialing Hui takes that one down. Having a lovely look at this stream table setup. Studio looking fantastic with all of the dragons everywhere. Patrick going to be feeling a bit better. Looking at pocket 10s under the gun. Started this one with a little bit over 20 big blinds, so probably a couple of different options. Looks like he's just going to raise to 2,000. Marley's ace-9 going to relinquish. Looking very dapper. Stark change from what she was wearing yesterday with that pink and purple hoodie. Rocking the blazer. Love to see it. Li Xianglei going to let go of 5s. In fact, it's going to fold all the way over to Ipban in the big blind. Very, very bad shape, and the 10s are just going to take it down. One 10 was almost enough, let alone 2. Jack 10 for Mali. Tiger, a familiar face at this table, but Li Xianglei with the ace-queen is going to be ripping 16 blinds, I would think, and it goes. Those greys 100 each, but the power is with those brown chips, 5,000 apiece. Li Lei, probably an interesting fleeting thought here with ace-10, but I think he's going to realize that this jam is going to be a hand much stronger. Lets it go pretty quickly. It's going to get back to Mali, who I don't think is going to want to have a piece of this. Count is requested, but I think Jack 10 suited is just not going to be doing well enough against this range of hands. She is reaching into that stack, probably just seeing exactly how much she has. This is a jam for about 7 big blinds. I could definitely get behind it, but 16 is a much steeper task. Roger Colbert, Treewin, thanks for tuning in again as the fold is made. Li Xianglei back up over 20 blinds. If you like the content, Roger, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. That way you get notified every time we go live. Hope you're having a good Friday. Dialing Quiz, King Jack, no match for Patrick's Ace Jack suited. In goes the jam, 22.2k into the middle. King Jack very quickly relinquished. Nice pot going Patrick's way. Silmia Susanto, thank you for letting us know. I will let our production team know. Shout out to Tariq as well. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you're having a good Friday. My name is Jordan Bromley. I'll be commentating down to the end of this flight. Jack 3 deuce, pair for both of these guys. So these guys going to get it in on this turn card. Jack 9 against Queen Jack. The King of Hearts, meaning the full double for Li Xianglei. Seven deuce for Patrick, just going to fold from the cutoff. Five of diamonds on the turn as Marley improves to the best hand. 5,500 in the middle. Some would say, haha. Check from Cheng Liang. Another check from Marley and the repeat Jack on the river. Some people might get a little bit sticky with King High here. Is that going to be the case here for Chang Liang Sun? Check, 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 check. And a bet of 2,000 on the river. I would be curious with King High. And that's a really nice value bet from Marley. A very nice size to get paid by a very, very wide selection of hands. Couple of 10s and a 3. Very nice one for Li Lei. And it looks like he's actually going to lead. Oh, sorry, no. Dai Ling Hui is going to be doing the C-betting with Ace-Jack High. Li Lei, though, comfortably with the best hand. Just flicks in the call, wants to keep the trap rolling. Turn card is the Deuce of Hearts. Li Lei with the check mark with the best hand. We saw Lee doing some leading on turn cards. I wonder if this is going to be one of those moments. Doesn't look like a check has come out yet. When the flush completes, though, it's probably going to be difficult for him to try and get much value unless a player has a heart in their hand. And unfortunately for him in this scenario, Dai Hui not with one. Going to double check that black ace jack and the fold comes out. Seven players here at our feature table, 80 left from a field of 118. Demo's going to raise ace-8 suited, defend from Dai Hui. 9-7 offsuit. Relatively wide defend given how short Patrick is, but manages to outflop him here. Looks like a C-bet from Patrick, just 4 outs. As you can see at the top of the screen, those cards that are grayed out, meaning that they have been folded pre-flop. So fewer outs than initially thinking. The 5 of spades giving Dai a flush draw along with his pair of 7s. Demis adding a couple of 6s as gut shot outs, though. Check, check. The river is the queen of spades, so that 7 of spades coming to the rescue. Not required, though. Check from Dai Hui, and if Patrick wants to win this, he's going to have to pick a pretty large size. Ace high is not going to be winning this pot very often, but I think Dai is going to be calling most sizes. Fires out 4,500 for half pot. Don't know whether this is going to be working often enough. Yeah, the call is made. Patrick's going to slip down to 18,100. Nice spot going Dai's way, up to 44,600. Being sub 20 big blinds, never nice. But he's been here once. He is being able to navigate himself to a large stack. I'm sure he'll be able to do it again. And should he not be able to in this flight, he still has the turbo later on this evening. Round 2 Dai. Not going to play the small blind 7-5 and a walk. Successful for Irvan, the king queen. Marley and the Tiger. A little bit of an overweight tiger. Could probably do with a diet. Tariq saying that they have microphones, but we can't hear any of them. From what I understand, these guys aren't actually doing much talking. If they talk, I promise I will be quiet. Jacks for Chang Liang Sun. Patrick flicks in the call from the big blind. Jack 4 suited. 975, just one heart. Check and a bet. Queen 10 for Lille. Queen of Diamonds, the best hand. Lille is the one doing the betting, though. Queen 10 high, betting 2K. Marley can't be going anywhere yet. Deuce of clubs changing not a whole lot. Three of diamonds on the river, and King High will win. Nice pot for Marley, back up to near 40 blinds. Raised to 2,000 from Ivan.
没开枪肯定没有中气中局，所以就觉得这个牌没秀赢了。中气中局和底会打你 A 还这样子的，
那我试试转牌也过牌了。
打牌不会这样。
交2了呀，万一交易吃的所以他倒在加出去，加回去。
Whereabouts are you guys in the chat watching from? I've got the YouTube and the Facebook chats open, so let us know what country you are watching from. My name's Jordan Bromley. I'm a commentator from Australia. My first time ever commentating for the Red Dragon Poker Tour. It's a very exciting opportunity for me, so I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Roger would have trapped that 2 pair.
一样，掉7掉9跟掉2的效果不会差太多的。
交二肯定安全很多。
A2人家中一对扛一枪不很正常。
Tariq's in Melbourne.
变化不大。
Hope you are doing well. Are you playing the Crown Champs that are going on at the moment? If so, good luck. Roger from Oslo.
6、7、8、9这种牌不够很多，你2、3、2、4不一定少呢。
Fair enough. Well, no doubt there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. I've heard very good things about it down there, so definitely going to have to get down there myself at some point. As Darling Hui finds the raise with the Queen 10 suited up to 2,000. A pair of threes folded in the middle there.
跨越千山万水来抢吗？不是在开你，是在帮你隔离。低情商开你，高情商帮你隔离。
Kitayak on YouTube making faces at me. Not sure what that's about. Patrick, sub 15 now. Just going to let it go. Let us know if you are planning on playing any of these events happening in Jeju. Plenty to go. 24 different jackets up for grabs. 42 trophies. Plenty of high rollers. Plenty of stakes tournaments for everybody. So if you're feeling like jumping in, good luck. King 9-8. It's a pretty good flop for Chang Myung Sun. Top pair backdoor flush draw. Dialing Hui, not with anything though, just 7-4 high. Really nice hand in blackjack. Not a very good hand in No Limit Texas Hold'em. As the fold is made. Patrick's Queen 7. Obviously a little bit frustrating when you don't get any hands, and you can see a bit of an exhale from him there. He's going to be in the big blind next hand. Hopefully going to be able to wake up with a hand to be able to double. Ooh, Chang Liang Sun with a very nice one here. Pocket Kings, the Cowboys. Raised to 2,100. Darlene Kui in the small blind going to come along with the Ace-8. Ipvan folding Queen 7. Fair enough. Ooh, actually, it was a 3-bet from Darlene Kui. Not what I expected at all, and Chang Liang Sun is going to be feeling great about this one. Pocket Kings are doing pretty good against most hands. This is definitely one of those hands that it's doing pretty well against. But I think a 4-bet is still required. Anticipate seeing something like 12K here. Looks like 11K. Just wanted to make a liar out of me. The Stone Min Click. Not quite the Stone Min Click, but a min raise nonetheless. Double the initial 3-bet. And Darling Hui for this price maybe wants to come along. We can see the percentage-wise, he's not doing too bad. Going to be winning this one 41% of the time. But what are we going to see from him in response to this 4-bet? Making a point to try not to give away any information, but the fold does get made. Over to Lillet. King 7 offsuit. Passes it up. Ibban has to be very careful with any chips that he puts into the middle, given Patrick really doesn't have many chips behind. He's playing about 13 blinds and 9-5 suited. Kitaik saying, never seen it this much watching poker for 20 years, but it seems people really like to cuddle with their clothes. Most definitely. As Patrick's actually going to call this raise with 9-5 suited. Putting in around 20% of his chips here. Yeah, Kitaik, people just want to make sure they're not giving away any information. Ace-Jack Deuce is a total whiff for Patrick. He's not going to be feeling too good about it. That's why you see so many people wearing scarves and hoodies as the snap fold comes out. Yeah, I agree with you. Seems like people like to be able to wear jackets that they can unzip from the front, so that if they get too hot, they can easily unzip it, as opposed to a hoodie where you have to take it off and put it back on and take it off. So I can definitely understand the way of the zip down the front jacket. It definitely looks like a comfort thing. I agree with you. Patrick looks comfortable jamming 8.5 for around 7.5 big blinds. Fortunately for him, Marley waking up with a hand that she's just going to have to fold. And it gets shown and mucked.
So good or so bad?
As always, if you guys have any questions about poker, please feel free to ask them. I will do my absolute best with answering. If you have any questions about the series, I will also do my best. Patrick finds an ace and can jam it in for 10 big blinds. Marley, 9-7 suited. Not going to be enough. Li Xianglei, 9-8 suited. Might feel like it's close. We can see that 41% wouldn't be doing too badly. But he just decides to fold, and Patrick's going to be really happy with that. Thank you for letting me know about that slight typing error. I'll let the production team on site know about it. Ooh, a couple of pairs. It finds open fours in the hijack. But Li Xianglei waking up with the ladies. Let's see how the WCHs go for him here. Kitak asking why it's called Day 1B. Well, this is the second opportunity to make it to Day 2 in this Baby Dragon event. Yesterday, we had Day 1A, or the flight number A. This is flight number B. And there is going to be a flight C, which is a turbo flight that happens later on this evening. So 3 different opportunities to make it through to the final day of play. Whereabouts are you from, Kitake? Thank you for tuning in. From Holland. Well, thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate you and your company here. can't say I've ever had the opportunity to play poker or even visit Holland, but I've met some people from Holland, and they have always seemed like an absolutely lovely bunch. So thanks for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the remainder of the coverage. Ace 8-6 as Li Shanglei taking the lead with a 10-8.
开我身后呗，把你隔离一下，没隔离到。
The 5 of diamonds on the turn, changing not a lot. Dai Ling Hui still needing to try and find a king or queen. Enjoy watching first time live. Awesome. First time ever watching poker? Or first time watching the Red Dragon Poker Tour? If it's your first time ever watching poker, then wow, I feel very privileged to be able to commentate it through for you. If you have any questions about what you're seeing on screen, then please let me know. The 8 is going to show down. If you guys are watching on YouTube as well, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Red Dragon Poker Tour. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. I'll be honest, this is actually my first time as well ever commentating for them. I was here for the first flight yesterday. This is my second ever day with them. And I have to admit, I've been really enjoying it so far. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Roger saying, I think they should not rule out the hands on screen before the hand is over. Not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean the hands that are folded by players? Because I think if we kept all of the hands on screen, it would get very, very cluttered. And I think having it like this is quite comfortable. Otherwise, we'd have 10 different hands all the time. Pocket queens for Li Lei, definitely feeling comfortable with his hand. Dai Ling Hui just going to put in the call with the king 8 suited. 7,200 in the middle, and king high is never what you want to see with queens. Does have a little bit of a fleeting chance, though. 9 outs by way of a flush draw. Check, check is the way it will go, and the 9 adding a straight draw to that flush draw. How is this one going to play out now? Li Lei very considerate when it comes to making decisions, likes to think things through. The 4 of spades, however, not going to be able to improve his hand. The king will be the best. I get what you mean. Yep. With the dead cards, yeah, it's just the way the system works in the background. It's purely the way that kind of runs. We have no power over that, unfortunately. Repeat 4 on the river and a bet of 4,500. This feels like it should be a call. Wow, really doesn't like this, but after trapping a king on the flop, the king is going to go down. Patrick's king 8, 13 big blinds. King, queen, and queen, jack. 7-6 deuce. No help to either of these guys. King, queen still very much in the lead. Ten of diamonds on the turn, also not making any changes. Just 6% for Irfan to win this hand, but if he reaches out, he may be able just to steal it away. And the attempt is going to be made, a bet of 2,500. Lay weighing the options up here. 9,300 in the middle. It's a very, very good board for the big blind. There are some worlds where if you make a pair, you don't even have the best hand. Definitely something to consider. But it looks like he is going to come along for at least one more street. The river is the 3 of hearts. King high is still the best hand. It's going to be pretty tough against another shell, though, if Irfan can pull the trigger. Instead, the white flag is waved. And Lei getting a look at King High. Bit of a scratch of the face, probably just thinking about checking this one back. Happily showing it down, but maybe he feels like he has to bluff. No, he will just show it down. King High going to win? Landing Entertainment Korea, the venue for this series. Landing Casino Jeju Shinhwa World Resort. My name is Jordan Bromley, commentating from Australia. Team here wanted me to come along and give you guys some English commentary. This is the Baby Dragon, 1.5 million Korean won to buy in. It's the equivalent of around 1,000 US dollars. It's one of 5 different events that we will be streaming for you over the course of the next 9 days, including the Red Dragon Prestige High Roller, 6 million Korean won buy-in, roughly 4,500 USD. The Red Dragon Championship, 2.5 million won. Red Dragon Prestige Super High Roller, which is 12 million Korean won to buy in, around 8,000 American dollars. And the Closer, which is the same buy-in as this event. So plenty of poker still to come. Van Ilyadi with pocket 8s facing this raise. He's going to put in a 3-bet. Oh, but Patrick's working up with pocket 10s and just 10 big blinds. Have to feel that the remainder of his chips are going to be going into the middle, and they do. This is going to be an easy decision for Chang Liang Sun to get out of the way. And the 8s don't have much more to call. Patrick with a great opportunity to find a double up that he has much needed for quite some time. So get him back up to around 25 bigs. Should he hold, needs to fade 2 8s that are remaining. Also a whole bunch of clubs. Let's see what happens. Ace Queen is safe for now. Oh, but the 8 of diamonds. A dagger on the turn, and how about quads? GG's in the chat for Patrick Demis. Unable to hold there. Back to the rebuy desk, I would guess. That certainly is not the turn or river you want to see with 10s. It looks so safe. But no daily quads. Going the direction of the 8s there. Ace King for Chang Liang. Raising to 2,500. The Mali's Queen 8 in the big blind. The slightly overweight Tiger getting placed back down onto the felt off the chip stack. Call is made. Ooh. Jack 7-5. Couple of hearts here. Nothing for either player. But we have seen Mali be a little bit aggressive on boards that she thinks may favor her. So could we be about to see some aggression on a board that maybe is better for her range? Nope, just going to let it go. Doesn't want to mess about. And the Tiger is back on its resting place. Do you guys utilize chip protectors or card protectors? I'm seeing plenty of them around the place over the course of the last couple of days. Favorite one that I ever saw was an orangutan that could hold the chips in his arms. Can't remember exactly who that was. I think it was during the World Series of Poker a number of years ago. Five four suited for Lillier. Just going to let it go. It's one of my favorite hands, personally. I don't know why. It always just never gets there. King 10 deuce. But the 8 on the turn, changing things. Marley no longer with the best hand. Ace of clubs on the river, changing not a lot. Li Xianglei, that pair of 8s with the check mark. Is Marley going to flick in the call with Queen High? Yes. Very, very thin there from Li Xianglei. Marley tried to catch him speeding, but not this time. Pair of 8 sneaking in there as the best hand. Kitak say, if you had one, it would be inappropriate. I once saw somebody who had a specimen jar and they had a label on it that said stool sample, and they were using that as a chip protector. Thought that was very funny. Kwan Yong, new player to the table. Under the gun with the King 8. Let's it go. Sitting there with a fresh 30k stack. 131 now entries in this one. More than the last flight, which got 117, I believe. Couple 10s and a 6. Domination rotation as Chang Liang finds trips on the flop. Ace of hearts. Putting 3 hearts out there, so things might slow down from what they otherwise would have. And another ace on the river as trip 10s looks great, gets worse, and looks even worse by river. Still think you want to try and get some value. Marley has shown that she wants to put in hero calls. Give her the opportunity. Bet like 5,000 here. Looks like it's going to be ever so close, making a liar out of me. 4,500. And the call is made. So we have a dealer changeover. Li Xianglei, King 9 suited.
又到我开 open 的环节了。
Going to raise it up to 2,500. Huang Yong, the Jack 8, going to flick in a call, it looks like. Do you guys in the YouTube chat have any favorite hands? The King Jack offsuit seems to be Grant Gardner, my commentator. My assistant commentator seems to be his favorite hand. Let us know what you guys is. As both of these guys connecting. Huang Yong with the best hand, but a gut shot and an overcard still for Li Xianglei. So expect to see some chips going in on this flop. It's like a bet of 2,000 to kick things off. Apple Watch heart rate going berserk with middle pair. I don't think so just yet. Don't think the heart rate's going to be spiking on the 4 of hearts either. Check, check. And the 9 of clubs on the river, improving Huang Yong to a pair of 9s, but definitely not very good against the Queen or Jack. Wouldn't be surprised to see this one go check, check on the river. Is that what we're going to see from Li Xianglei? Or is a bluff or maybe even a value bet from a pair of 3s going to come out? And up just to surrender. Pair of Jacks going to win it. King, Queen. Going to raise to 2,500 and Huang Yong, fresh player. 4th hand at the table with the ace-10 suited. With a little bit fewer than 30 big blinds. Looks like just a call from the small blind. Li Lei probably wishes he could come along, but 9-3 offsuit's not going to be good enough, I wouldn't think. But I've been surprised before, and I will be surprised again. Looks like the call is going to go in. No! Even more shocked. A 3-bet to 8,500. Well, Li Lei has come to play. And both of these guys with hands that are definitely a little bit stronger than what their positions would typically represent. King Queen offsuit getting a second glance and folding. 50 big blinds effective and folding. Is Huang Yong going to be falling for this as well? Started this one with a little bit less than 30. No, the call goes in. Let's see what Li Lei can be doing. Oh my goodness. 2 3s and an 8. 2 hearts out there. Li Lei flopping trips. Huang Yong with the nut flush draw. This is a bit of a cooler given the action that we've got. Li Lei kicking us off with a bet on this flop. And is Huang Yong just going to rip the biscuits in with a nut flush draw? 4,500 is the amount. Double checking that, yes, in fact, it is the ace-10 of hearts. How is he going to proceed? Looks like the all-in is requested. And the cards are going to get double-checked. He's having a bit of a laugh about it. The snap call's made. Everybody's going to be shocked to see the showdown here. A bit of a laugh from seat 2 there. 9-3 against the ace-10 of hearts. Just 6 outs for the ace-10. 4 of diamonds is not one of them. 5 outs now. And the 10 of diamonds. A pair looks nice, but not against trip 3's GG to Huang Yong. Lele getting very out of line. But bagging himself 146,000 chips now. It's always nice when the cards fall your way. Sevens and kings here now. All of a sudden, some hands are getting woken up with. Kings 3-betting from the big blind to 6,000. These guys are not deep enough for many chips to be kept behind. Would not be surprised to see a jam or a call here from the sevens. Dai Ling Hui starting with 20 big blinds. What is Li Xiang Lai going to be doing with sevens? The percentages aren't what you would usually see for this spot. It looks like at least 1 7 has been folded by another player already. Yeah, it looks like the chips are going to go in and kings going to be snapping this one off. Dai Ling Hui with a chance to get up to around 50,000. Just needs to dodge sevens. The doom zoom on Lee there. Couple 8s and a 5, just 1 7 remaining. Queen of clubs safe as well. Needs to just dodge a 1-outer. The 9 is close, but not quite. The full double for Dai Ling Hui. Mali practicing the piano there. I still can't get over how much that tiger on top of her chip stack has been eating. Letting go of the ace-6 as she slipped down to around 16 big blinds. Folding to lay on the button with the 10-5. Probably wants to, but decides not. King 9 of clubs, a very pretty hand for a die in the small blind. Going to put in the call. Just a check from Ivan. As we've had that name changed. Thank you for letting me know about that. Jack 9 deuce. As Darling Hui skyrockets out to a 99% favorite. Kicks us off with a bet, and unfortunately for him, I don't think Irvine is going to be sticking around for many streets here, just snap folding.
30多万，我也20多万了。他他妈他把腿直喷，我操！那我 KK 也付不掉呀！我操！就是我赢了，我是 CI 了，他赢了，他是 CI 了。有没有破牌键到底打这个得分？骗我？对呀、没有。要不然三亚大师赛的话，我大师赛的时候，当时不是也是？哎呀，你一泡沫我就跟着你去了，我操！烦的要死。我 AA 呀，你才 A10。A 圈。哦 A 圈。我 AA 呀。你赢了我就可能赢了呢。你一输把我风水给输坏了。但是你因为那个 AA 上了头条呀，你火了。那有啥屌用？
So we have an all-in and a call here. Li Lei going to be calling this 10,000 chip jam with the Queen 4 suited. Safe for the jacks. Needs to fade running clubs. And that will lock it up on the turn. Straight is nice, but definitely not enough against a full house. And the mystery player in seat 4 with a bit of a wry smile. Probably wishes that was for a little bit more chips than what it was, but we'll take all the doubles, as always. Looks like a walk there. No action. Marley going to call the Jack 8 suited in the small blind, starting this one with fewer than 15 bigs. Dialing Hui with the Ace Kings, going to be feeling pretty good, even better about a King 3-3 flop. Oh, he's going to set the trap. Oh, and a Jack for Marley is not good timing. Check, check again. And the 7 of spades on the river. Marley's checked. Dialing Hui is going to try and get some value. Betting roughly half pot. Marley with a bit of a chuckle. Given how light she's called already, I can't see this being folded. And a donation is announced, and the donation is handed out. Jack 8 goes down. As always, please drop some banter in the chat. Let us know how you're going. Any funny business that's going on as the field. I haven't just seen a swollen up to 137. Plenty of players jumping into this one, and they're going to have another opportunity as well. Turbo Flight will be commencing later on this evening. Reminder that this is one of 24 events this series where you will be able to win one of the Red Dragon Champion jackets. Lele Pocket Fours. Playing over 100 big blinds. The only player at this table with over 100 big blinds, I believe. Raising the 2,500. Irvan's King Jack suited is going to come along from the hijack. Sun Jiang Feng, player that just doubled with jacks against Queen 4, going to get out of the way. Considered it for a fleeting moment with King 9 suited, but decided against. Likewise, the King 7. Oh, but aces are a lot of hand to look at in the big blind. Expect to see the price of poker increase. Yes, and up it goes. With a 3-bet to 8,000. We know Li Lei doesn't like folding. Don't think he's going to be folding here. And I think if he calls, we may even see the King Jack suited come along as well. No, he folds fours. That is very surprising given how small the size was. See if Irvan has the same idea. He does as well. These guys know something that I do not. Definitely didn't expect to see 2 folds there from that 3-bet, but they do get away from aces. Dodging bullets like only Helmuth can. Well, he thought only Helmuth could, but it turns out these guys are doing a pretty good job as well. Nines for die. Going to raise it up to 2,400. Chang Yang Sun with the ace-queen offsuit in the small blind is going to put in the call. Lele, 6 deuce. Come on now, you know what's happening here. The call goes in as well. Seven, 6 deuce, and I know for a fact that the 7-8 of clubs was folded in middle position, which would be a hell of a hand here, but instead, Lele again, this time flopping 2 pair. And Dialing Hui is probably going to be facing a bit of a tough time. Chung Yang getting out of the way. Does Li Lei just speed things up instantly? Getting a look at the stack on his left. Wonder if we're going to see a raise to something like 10,000, maybe even a little bit more. He's got a very healthy stack of those brown 5,000 chips. Are they going to come to use now? Getting another look at the cards. You do have bottom two pair here. No, just a call. And the 5 of diamonds adds outs to both of these guys. In it goes another bet from Dai. Li Lei with the flush draw as backup. Wonder what he's going to do here. Reaching for a large check raise, and in it goes. This is what I thought we were going to see on the flop, but instead he takes it on the turn. Dai Ling Hui still with 6 outs, an overpair and a gut shot. I don't think he's going to be folding, but he's not going to be feeling too good about this. Double flush draw on board may even incline him to put in a further aggressive action with a 3-bet jam. Definitely doesn't like the look of things here. May even be thinking about just how long the tank was on the flop from Li Lei. He's going to break down the 5Ks that he has left. 49.2 thousand. Li Lei, one of the few players at the table that covers him. What are we going to see here from the man with pocket nines? It looks like we're going to see a call. The river is the 8, but it's the 8 of diamonds. Li Lei rivering a flush. Dai Ling Hui rivering a straight. This is the sickest river that could have come in this hand. Li Lei looking up at the clock, looking over at the stack on his left. He knows what he wants to do here. And I think he is going to be requesting all of the biscuits. The very, very disguised backdoor flush arriving. Eyeing off the 38 remaining. The jam comes out. Closer look at the board before the cycle goes in, and the flush is going to get turned over. A very, very sick one. Li Lei can do absolutely no wrong here. Up to 197,000 chips. And Dai Ling Hui is going to be returning to the entry desk to try and bag the baby dragon another time, but it will not be on this occasion.
底掉的太好了呢，我0.7的。
The way it's being played, you would think this is a bounty tournament. Li Lei is just eliminating players left, right, and center.
你3币我就气了，我。
对，我说我把他害了这个牌，3币他底池就是他的。太好了，我抄了一手，没买到不要紧。这个我不至于，
扶老婆2对儿，转牌去吧都。
我没击中，我2高，我2高同色。
转牌花好丑。
Shinhwa Sun, the Jack 6 of diamonds, hoping to find some diamonds of his own here.
刚才发白板，他不准备气给你。刚才发白板，他不一定气给你。
发 A 他有可能会气。
哦，那是。
因为他我有买花的牌了，都没有买花的牌了。
We're going to see a flop of Van calling the 10-5. Jack and a couple of 9s. 10-5 shrinking down to a 4% chance to win. Shinhwa Sun just going to trap, though. 4 is a total brick. Check mark comfortably with Jack 6 of diamonds here. Are we going to start building the pot now? Answer to that question is yes, it seems. Bet of 4,000. Takes it straight away. 77 players now remaining. Is that field counter fluctuating with the entries and the players remaining? Roughly half the field left, but I still think there is time for late registration. Malia short stack, just 10k. 10-4, not good enough to be able to play, though.
昨天说 KK 输什么了？
A7嘛。
哦，那是昨天极早了。
要不然昨天我是 L。昨天塞了是32万，我是23万。
Queen and a couple of jacks. Opening a straight draw for Sun Jianfeng. A second shorter stack at the table. A bit of 1.7 from Ace High. The 10-9 not going anywhere in a hurry. In fact, decides to just check jam the open ender. Bit of a laugh from Ace 9 and a fold. He lays 6-4 suited. Staring up at the clock. Not sure if he knows it's actually his turn to act. And looks like he was actually waiting for the break. Which is fair enough. Sun Xiangfeng in the small blind, though. It's going to be jamming. Getting it through. And that will take us to a 15-minute break. So don't go too far, guys. In 15 minutes' time, we'll be back to continue. We'll have a fresh set of faces. We'll continue the action of day 1B of the Baby Dragon here in Jeju at the Landing Casino.
11号位 all in，这多少啊？
哪里有？4万多。
385000。
这个开了的吗？
亮黄灯就是开。
绿灯是开了的吧？
对。
我也不知道开了没有。随便的。
38500吗？38500，对。
中文这么好。
扣。showdown。
他中文很好啊。Nice call 啊，这么硬。
顶住。
哎呀，
顶。
哦吼，
漂亮。
哦吼。能接受，20个币币。
1500啊。
1000、1500。
这张卡这个位置好别扭啊！不是应该我这个位吗？
不是，因为它是设计10人桌的啊。水瓶麻烦你们放在桌。谢谢。
这个位置好别扭。这样。
讲道理，你应该放那边，方便一点。
我？他放这边方便的，你放啊不对。
他那里还有一个。
对啊，我肯定是这个。
不重要了，我才被掰了币了，有点烦躁。小柳啊，这个3怎么顶不住呀？
顶不住嘛，很正常的呀。
我一卡你個弗洛普嚟回啦。4號位鋪。6號位鋪。
想给你表演。
7號位鋪。8號位鋪。
我牌还可以。那不想玩。
那你表演啊，showdown。
9號鋪。
我这牌在后点位置我就开始表演了，这个位置算了，尊重一下，纪律一点。
3號 check。1號位1500。3號位空。
你的麦好。太黑了，看不见。
1號位 check。3號3500。1號鋪。对，小毛1000。那有，上面有电视。对，2號位也有
这个方面上回都没有这个，在那边架了。
啊，100的已经被换掉了，我都没注意。
我们要打1个半小时。
我多火呀！
应该是打到下次休息吧。
算是吃饭吧？刚才不给吃饭。
没有吃饭时间。没有吃饭时间。
昨天3点开始没有，今天12点开始应该有。
不知道。
6號鋪。7號鋪。
我也是连看牌都不好看。12人在这里，牌在这里。
8號3500。9號鋪。1號鋪。
多，
截止买入了是吗？
肯定是20多人。
哎，昨天晚上打到几点的？
打到
12点吗
昨？天开始的很晚，
哦，
今天开始的很早。
144乘15嘛，自己乘一下吧。
昨天几点打？不是多少点开始打？
3点开始打，
完了晚了3小时，那往前推，9点多结束吧。
10点差不多，因为今天人多一点。
现在几点
22个人呗。
现在6点了吗？
看有没有吃饭时间吧，我觉得是没有吃饭时间。他赛程应该不会变。
17500。
如果有吃饭时间的话，可能还要晚一点，可能就要达到11点了。
你看现在不放人吃饭，那肯定没有吃饭时间。
8号 all in。1号7盘。
秒
我来砸我嘛，兄弟！
哎呦，帅的。
帅得很啊！
哎，可赢了我，把我
想他3D，我想这哥们这么硬，等一下被推回来了，我尴尬了。
包硬的。
包硬的。
包硬的，all in。
我3-3都推得那么硬。
没有，33 20几个 BB，等早嘛也10几个 BB。
但我想3D的嘛，3D的你肯定推回来。
这个马不打，你怎么打到明天去嘛？Day2
等长盲10几个 BB，等RDPT是1个 BB，
没意思啊，是不是？你就这么去想就行了呗。
先赢都是纸。
6号 4。7号 race3000。8号 4。9号 call。1号 call。2号 call。3号 call。4号 call。5号 call。9号 call。
全开了没有
3嗨
23啊。
，33不给。
再下一点。
他刚刚33的很秀了吗？
我是 S 张老师。
那这还都过了。
33都是3嗨。
多活一下。
那10开都要敲一下嘛。
10嗨这里不扣了，你游戏机有本勾嗨可能也会扣，10嗨不扣了。
哦，可以贴之前是吧？然后这是。
感觉不到你对我说话。
8号错。
3000。
9号瑞3000。1号错。2号错。3号错。4号错。5号错。6号错。3加3位。
140 players now entered into this one, 73 remaining. Ace 5 for Shinhwa. 99k. The sunnies, the shades are on. Instead, it's the 7-6 suited of He Chidong, raising to 3,000. The pocket threes from Liu Kai, or Louis Kai, sorry, going to call from the button. Over to Zhang Chen Shu. The ace 8 flicks in the call as well. So three-way action, and that is the 3 of clubs. My goodness, what a flop. Gut shot and a flush draw for the 7-6. Bottom set for Louis Kai. A monster hand unfolding here. He is going to kick us off with a bet on this flop, 3,500. The man with bottom set just fires in the call. And Zhang has the ace of clubs. Does just let it go. What is the turn going to bring here? A 7, so He Shidong is going to improve to a pair, a straight draw and a flush draw, but still no match for bottom set. These guys sitting with around 50 big blinds in total, so potentially a lot of chips could go flying on this turn. Should it go bet raise? Action over to Louis Kai. These threes looking very, very disguised on this flop. Time to see how much the price is going to be. Looks like a bet of 13,500. Now what's going to happen with the gut shot flush draw? Are we going to see the biscuits flying into the middle, or are we just going to see a call and playing it safe? It is just a call. 45,500 is out there. 30 big blinds in the middle. The river card is the 10 of diamonds, so the flush draw and straight draw does brick. Bottom set arrives at the river with the best hand. Is Louis Kai going to ask for all of it here?
Yeah, and it will be pretty interesting here on the river if Louis Kai does send it, because Kui Dong is blocking the nuts. Has a bluff catcher that might sometimes feel obliged to flick in the call here, but definitely not nice to be blocked.
As the threes does
And it
fire.
will be pretty interesting here on the river if Louis Kai does send it, because Kui Dong is blocking the nuts. Has a bluff catcher that might sometimes feel obliged to flick in the call here, but definitely not nice to be blocking the clubs yourself.
Oh, wow. And he stations it off with a pair of sevens, obviously not expecting a set to be trapping the flop.
Yeah, and this
that
near
is
pot
a
sizing here
donation.
now. Pretty tricky indeed. I do think we will see. Oh, he Kui Dong make the fold, but never mind. Licks it in. He's going for it, Jordan. As a non-believer, as we say.
The 10-3 offsuit going to be letting it go as the 7-6. Sending a massive pot to the way of Louis Kai. Who is going to raise ace deuce up to 3,000. Hu Xiao, King Jack offsuit on the button, reaching for those green chips, 1,000 each, fires in a call. Zhang Shenshu, 8-4, not the best looking hand and does relinquish. Xin Yi's 8-5. Flashing that gorgeous looking day date. Fires in a defend. No. Perhaps even a 3-bet. Takes it up to 13,000. And this is not the type of 3-bet we expect to see very often, Grant. This is some pretty aggressive poker.
Absolutely. This is wild indeed. 8-5 offsuit here. Not usually a combination that you're going to take to put into your 3-bet bluffing range. But Queen G here, I'm going to do it anyway. And Hu Qiao, this is the problem with jacking off. Get yourself into some tricky, sticky positions. But he does have position to work with, so he is going to flick in the call. And wow, 7-6-6, 2 spades here. Queen G must have known this was coming because he's flopped an open ender here. And that's going to allow him to continue firing. And surely this is the end of jacking off here for Hu Qiao. Short-lived, underwhelming, probably doesn't meet his expectations. Hopefully post this hand he gets some kind of clarity though, because he will still have over 20 big blinds to work with. And 12,000 here is the price that Queen G is charging. Hu Qiao not releasing just yet. Would love to have the internal dialogue of that man's thoughts right now. But yeah, eventually he does come to the same conclusion as myself and lets it go. And good to see we have 2 female players at this table, showing these guys how it's done. Yesterday, we were blessed to have Mrs. Song Ying in attendance here on the feature table, not just once, but on 2 occasions. And it was wonderful to see her play with cards up, playing very aggressively and gracefully at the same time. And no surprise to see why she does advance to many final tables. Most recently, notably, a 2nd place in the Poker Dream main event in Jeju itself. And if you just tuned in, welcome. You're one of the lucky ones. You're here. You're locked into flight 1B of your baby dragon. It's going to be myself, Grant Gardner, alongside the Aussie legend, Jordan Bromley, all series long, calling the action for you guys. Mr. Louis Kai here. King 7 of clubs from the hijack. Definitely good enough to open things up here. So 3,000, the new price of poker. And unfortunately for him, Mr. Hee Kui Dong here in the big blind has the queen and gets to rejam here. Pretty interesting spot pre-flop there between call and all in. He preferred the latter there and yeah, got the job done. Nice little pickup. And thankfully for the King 7, was able to get out of the way there because was heavily dominated and way behind. Alrighty, we got some action on our hands here. Li Zihao opened things up with the ace-queen offsuit, but Queen Yi here on the button. 2nd best starting hand in poker. Looks down at the Cowboys. Comes with the 3-bet here, and it looks like quite a big sizing over 4x here. Pumps this up to 12.5 thousand. These guys not that deep stacked. Starting the hand effectively 40 big blinds or so. And yeah, the price too much for the ace-queen. Wisely lets it go. And Lin showing him the goods he was holding. Perhaps they're a little bit too big with the 3-bet sizing. Would have preferred around about a 3x or a 3.5x being in position there. Having the Cowboys, not much you need to fear. Just one thing you fear is your opponent folding, perhaps. But nevertheless, still a nice pickup and denied the equity of the ace-x there. And almost down to half the field now. We'll be playing down until we have all of these guys in the money, advancing to day 2 tomorrow. And don't forget, we also have Flight C, the Turbo Edition, later today as well. So do expect juicy prize pool in this one. And the champion tomorrow in day 2, not only will they get that coveted Red Dragon jacket, but a hefty payday to come along with it. And also every final table list of certain specific events this series will be getting awarded with a prestigious limited edition Red Dragon hat, unavailable to buy anywhere else. Just like the jackets, can only be won by advancing to the final table of certain tournaments here. And Miss Zhang Chenyu here gets to open things up once again. 6-5 suited, but unfortunately for her, Cao Yifan here, woken up with ace-queen suited on the button. 20 big blinds, comes with the standard reshove. 3-bet jams it in there. And a decision for Kai Zheng here. But yeah, 20 big blinds, pocket sixes. There's not many pocket pairs that you'll be dominating. Typically speaking, it's going to be the opposite way around here. And yeah, he realizes that. Thinks it through and gets away from the spot. And I don't think we're going to see Zhang call this one off here. Unless it's a favorite hand and she feels like gambling. Yeah, does just give up the 2 bigs that she invested there and gets away from the spot. So nice reshove and pick up there from Cao Yifan, uncontested. And we did see Mr. Kai Zheng on the feature table yesterday as well. Played pretty excellently. Aggressive in some spots as well. But fouled just short of the money, so he's back here now. Trying once more. Mr. Louis Kai, I'm holding the shotgun towards you, sir, because right now you're under the gun, and he's got king queen offsuit, so comes in for the min raise. And Zhang here jacking off, will just elect to flat it. Surprised there to see Zhang want to get involved with the jacking off. And now a decision for Wang here in the big blind with the pocket nines. Will elect to just flat call. 23 big blinds effective to start the hand, and a decent flop for the nines. 10-8-3 rainbow. Checks in flow here to the pre-flop aggressor. Not a nice board to see when you're holding king queen here, but potentially can represent overpairs and still c-bet this one. And can Zhang find a stab here after completely whiffing? And yes, she can. I like it, I have to say. Don't want to play your hand straight up. Want to be able to play your range as well. And king jack here, although completely missed, still choosing to bet because potentially Zhang can have certain hands in her range like pocket eights here that have flopped massive on this board. Also a lot of 10x there that she might be calling too. But Wang here with the nines and having a backdoor straight draw, not ready to give up just yet. Five of diamonds, nice and safe for the nines. Changes nothing. But the question is, does Zhang want to continue telling a story here and barrel the turn? Because it would put the nines in a tricky spot, but no. Action goes check, check. And any overcard at this point can't be interesting for Wang Jingzi to see here. Queen of clubs on the river. Once more, another scare card, so just has to check this one and pray that it gets knuckled back. Can Zhang find the courage to summon a bet here? Does have a hand that wraps around and blocks the queen nicely. But no, gives this one up, and the nines will get to showdown there and see the good news. Scooping in a pretty decent pot. Potentially could have just reshoved that one pre-flop there, taking down the dead money, but instead does end up getting a little bit of extra money for her troubles by going post-flop there. Hu Chao there. Suited connectors. Nice hand, but not a nice stack depth and positioning as well. So lets that one go pre-flop, and wisely so. Action folding all the way around to the button. 6-3 off. Not going to make the cut there, so it will be blind on blind action. And Mrs. Wang Jingzi here with the homosexual waiter. A queen and a tray. Electing to just limp in here, blind v blind. Louis Kai, ace-4 suited. Effective stack here, 23 big blinds. Wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here, even an all-in at times. But he will just choose to ISO there. 5k more, and that will get the job done. Wang, bottom of her limping range there with the queen 3, not looking to do anything crazy. Pretty interesting spot here for Louis Kai. And he will take the passive route, flatting the ace-queen offsuit from the small blind. And we can see Lizzie Howe here, a little bit wide, a little bit loosey-goosey pre-flop, opening up from the cutoff with 7-6 off. But he will flop best here on Jack 8-7. Fires out the C-bet. And might be good enough to take this one down here and now. But Louis Kai, undeterred here, floating one off. And a beautiful turn card here for Zi Hao. Surely expects his opponent to fast play and raise some straights on the flop. So when you do turn 2 pair, with the 6 here, you've got to feel so confident that you've got the best hand. And yeah, gets to just fire off another barrel here for value on the turn. But unfortunately for him, Kai doesn't have a piece of this board. And with ace-queen not picking up any additional equity on the turn, it will eventually find its way into the muck. So no waiting around here for another spot to put Louis Kai in. This time Ace Jack on the button, facing a raise from the cutoff. Two options here. Folding is not one of them. Just taking his time to check the stack sizes around him, and will come with the rejam here. So yeah, very nice awareness there of the stack sizes behind him. Oh, interesting here. Zhang wakes up with ace-10 suited in the big blind. 23 bigs effective here. And depends on the history between her and Louis Kai, whether she thinks he's getting way out of line here. Given that he is on the button and rejamming against the cutoff open, his range definitely could be wide. If it contains hands such as King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, then Ace 10 starts to become a pretty juicy call. But instead, she will get out of there. So a nicely timed rejam from Mr. Louis Kai. Yeah, big shout out to Roger Colbert, tree win there on the rail. Good to see you, sir. And also shout out to Key Take as well. Loving the banter, loving the comments, sir. Welcome, thanks for tuning in to this Day 1B flight of your baby dragon here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour. And yeah, for sure, Mr. Harvey Tran, we need Louis Kai, the hero we don't deserve, but we all need. And showing us here how to navigate the streets of this fine game, No Limit Hold'em. 66 players remaining now. Blinds are still 1K, 2K. Starting stack in this one was 40,000 chips. Mr. Kai Zeng here. We saw him fold Queen Jack suited yesterday with 13 big blinds. But he feels like he's deep enough now to get involved with the Jack 10 here. Started the hand with 18 bigs. Comes in for the min raise. And yeah, similar spot to the Queen Jack yesterday. Your hand looks pretty, but loses a lot of value when you're short stacked. So do see the 7-6 suited hit the muck. And Queen G now jacking off in the big blind, asking for a count of his opponent's stack, potentially thinking to rejam this one in. But he will elect to just call and see a flop here. Has his opponent dominated for now? Never mind, take that back, because Kai Zeng here flopping the flush. If that wasn't good enough, he's got a straight flush gut shot to go with it. Checks this one over to Mr. Kai Zeng. And he will just come with the min bet here with the flop flush. Once again, jacking off. Getting these players into a sticky position. Wow. No hearts in his hand. It's not going to deter Mr. Queen G from raising, but bad timing here, sir. As we can see, check mark already going to Kai Zeng here. Has his opponent drawing dead, so not surprised to see him just continue with the call there. Keeping the trap open. An ace of clubs on the turn does give Queen G a gut shot now. So looks like that is enough for him to continue firing. And of course, if Kai can see the cards here, he would just call. But is he considering to go all in and protect his hand? No, just the call. I like it a lot. Will he get the brick river? Queen of spades, not necessarily a brick. But given the SPR, I don't think we'll see anybody folding now. And Mr. Queen G I've got to respect it's a lot of hearts. Went for it there, but yeah, unfortunate timing. So Kai Zheng, beautiful double up there.
我也是哇，
小的，肯定是小的，不可能是大的。
他开我肯定喷掉了，我15个 BB 8场我喷掉了，我6七红心。
原来你也是。
他开了你3，我推他后你后。
我这个马量3出去还有 fold 的，你在跟我开国际玩笑？他开我没有3的，我要不然喷掉，我喷掉也太傻逼了嘛！神经病啊！我15个 BB 敲一下，我有病是不是？拿6七，他进去哭了掉。只有他不开，
我直接追他，可能不得来了。
翻钱啊？有可能。
我就想跑麻烦的打完，那个牌反正也奇怪。
off，
K 个
2个黑色的 off。
我真的跑马了，反正跑马就这么想，那就鼓捣炸。
你要下桌了，你打得太好了，不适合这张桌子，下去吧。
这样可以带。
快去我赢的直接瑞败。
你可以只能打 C 组了。
可以唱 C 了。
那15分钟结束，我们是不是就下去了？
对啊，估计40多分他我们可能可以下去。
瞎鸡巴乱抓。
不对啊，
自己抓。
15分钟好像不是谁。
Hello。
对，要40分钟。
抓鸡把自己抓死，
继续盘，
抓掉了6万。拆过来了吧？拆过来了，上面拆下来了。他是抓鸡给自己抓剩这么多，你看都不是3万。他妈的！他妈的，抓剩这么一点，不该。
真是没打。
你看只有1000。是啊，1000打上来的，这么好运的吗？那你不应该把运气用在这。肯定是。肯定是去那边的抓，里面的抓。我在里面都是他枪口都破了。啊，不是打这个，另一个打2张牌，另外一个1号炮。
And Mr. Cao Yifan will defend the Queen 8 here from the big blind. We could see that Zhang was interested before the action was even on her. Potentially some live towels there, physical towels based on her posture. Did indeed have a hand that she wanted to open with, King 10 offsuit. And on this Ace-King Deuce-Deuce board, we see the action checked down to the river. Surely Zhang will try and go for some value now. And yeah, single 5k chip, but Cao not looking to get curious there. Would have expected his opponent to bet at an earlier street had she been holding pure air. So in that line, when it goes check, check down to the river, and then she value bets, he feels very comfortable to just check fold and get away from it. Louis Kai, a man of the people, raising things up once again. Unfortunately, ill-timed, is going to walk into the 3-bet here from Zhang. Taking one of those combinations that works pretty great as a 3-bet bluff, ace-jack offsuit. But she will be met with the snap 4-bet jam from Queen Yi on the button with the pocket tens. And I do think after 3-betting ace-jack here, we have to fold to any further aggression. She won't be too happy to see the 10 shown. Had she have known the whole cards of Queen G, probably would have called off there and taken the flip, given all of the dead money that was already inside the pot. But nevertheless, could have been dominated to ace queen, ace king there in that spot quite easily. So pretty good fold there pre-flop. And nicely timed from the 10s there with the rejam, fully aware that there are some bluffs in the range of his opponent. And Louis Kai folds the 9 deuce suited. Someone check if he's feeling okay, please. Quite concerned. He's changing gears, that's for sure. And interesting here. Kai Zheng jacking off in the small blind. Facing the open from Hu Chao here with the ladies. Hu Chao opening off a very short stack. 16 big blinds to start the hand. Is Kai Zheng thinking about 3-betting here? Wisely makes the fold, but ooh. Mr. Li Zihao, pocket 8s here. Kind of a perfect hand to rejam with, so indeed he will do it. And of course, we'll get met with the snap call from the pocket queens here. Hu Chao deciding to raise pre instead of shoving to induce this exact move. Gets what he wants. Can he hold? Nice and clean so far. Only 2 outs for the pocket 8s. And with the running 10s, full house for both players there, but the pocket queens much stronger than the 8s. So the full double up for Mr. Hu Chao. And no surprise to see him smiling there. He's played tight so far. Waited for his opportunity. And it came to fruition. Full double up for that gentleman there. And on we go. 63 players remaining in this Flight 1B of your baby dragon.
没说有垃圾牌啊，但是我是你2个帽子，我要是弃牌了，是不是就被你剥削了嘛？对吧？我肯定还是要 call 一下的，没这么算了。
你button 为 call 3 call 的 open， 你自己弃掉就完了嘛。
我觉得
不要说我自己剥削，我剥削谁？
我的意思是你这种牌，我如果弃掉了就被你剥削了，你懂不懂嘛？就是我想实现自己的 equity 嘛。
结果我被人家剥削了10个，妈的，他妈牛死！
All right, let's try again, my friend, Mr. Cao Yifan. Back on the horse. Opening things up from the cutoff with King Queen suited to 5,000, but Kai Zheng wakes up with a monster behind him. Ace King suited here. Comes with a 3-bet. But the sizing here on the bigger side. And therefore, he is asking for half of Cao's remaining chips. And Cao not willing to invest it. Will make the fold there. Wisely so, was completely dominated and out of position. Would have liked to see Kai Zheng there come with a much smaller 3-bet size. Potentially give some rope to his opponent to allow them to 4-bet bluff and go all in. And it kind of feels like it's written in the stars at this point for these two to collide. Cao Yifan found the reshoving spot here with King Jack suited for 13 bigs. But Kai Zheng behind him wakes up with the pocket tens. So he will flick in the cold call. And both blinds getting out of the way now. Queen G surely will follow suit. Indeed he does. Ace-8 offsuit. Nowhere near strong enough, so we're going to have a classic flip here on our hands. And if Cao Yifan can't find some help here, he will be sent to the rail. Something there. Ace-Queen 7 needs a 10, but spikes a jack on the turn. And that is going to be good enough there for Cao to stick around here. Full double up. Nicely timed reshove there. An unfortunate spot for Kai Zheng. Got to win your flips, my friend.
实体吗 ？A9。啥呀？咋死的？实体我估计你可能会考。实体我要考了。对，也有可能会考。炸有点恼火了。哦，实体算了。或者 S4我都考了，它涨一点呀，摆这个顶呢呀。你蛮有意思。
7号 fold， 8号 fold， 1号 fold。2号 raise 4500。
Mr. Kai Zheng feeling rich now after getting a little pickup, but then did lose a decent amount of chips in that last hand, so potentially emotionally all over the place right now, because it does open things up here with the King Deuce of clubs. Very interesting to see Li Zihao here 3-betting the Jack 10 offsuit, has his opponent covered, potentially aware of the table dynamics, and knows that Kai Zheng is steaming right now. But let's not look past the big blind, because Hu Chao here, ace queen of hearts, facing this 3-bet here, yeah, has the perfect hand to request a triangle, 4-bet jam it in there. And nicely timed. Once again, another reshove, picking up some vital chips there, uncontested. And that's the problem there, where you open up your ranges a little bit too wide from the earlier positions. Not only do you get played back against by people bluffing you, but you will walk into some big hands now and again that will just come with an aggressive line that you simply cannot defend against. We are seeing some pretty aggressive action at this feature table, especially in the recent hands. Louis Kai there taking the sixes as a 3-bet candidate from the button against what was a late position open off a shorter stack. Didn't see the value trying to set mine there in position. and preferred to take that one down pre-flop. So nicely timed 3-bet there. Good awareness of stack sizes around him as well. Wasn't looking to see any post-flop action and dance with the devil. But perhaps if players around him were deeper, especially the guy that opened, he would have elected to call that combo instead. And yeah, Kai Zeng here learned his lesson from before. Thought about it with the ace-8, but a little bit too early positioned around the table. Had he been later positioned, perhaps would have opened this one up. An absolute trash for everyone here, so we'll be a blind against blind battle. King 7 suited though, definitely not trash once it's folded to you in the small blind. She has 16 bigs to work with here. And she will elect to jam. And that will get the job done there. 10-9 offsuit from the big blind, of course. Decent hand, but cannot call a 17 big blind jam in front of you. Yeah, we're going to get some more blind v blind action there. And Queen G, pretty erratic with the raise size there. Wasn't really thinking too much. Quite unnecessarily put in 7.5 big blinds. Didn't need to raise that big to try and steal the opponent's big blind. Instead, he walked into a big hand from Cao Yifan, found the rejam with ace-10 offsuit, and picked up a huge amount of dead money. So a very small misstep there from Queen G, who's shown thus far that doesn't exactly play by the book. Got his own style, and I'm all for it. Love to see it. It only makes for way more excitement here at this feature table. And Queen Yi there, getting some exercise in at the table. Definitely looks like a man that trains, lifts some heavy weights now and again, and wow. Yeah, Queen G here. Oh my goodness, guys. Queen G, I'm sorry, sir, but this is very bad timing. Queen 10 offsuit, jams it from the button for 35 bigs and walks into the aces of Cao Yifan right behind him. These two guys been going at it back and forth lately. Only the jack looks helpful at this point. 10 on the turn, gives some hope. And oh my goodness, Queen of Hearts on the river. Queen G here with the celebratory dance. And Cao Yifan, absolutely brutal, sir. Aces cracked there, runner on a 2-pair. And just the fashion, the way this one went down, absolutely brutal. Let's get the dragon over. Let's get the dancing dragon here to join Mr. Queen G, because my man is absolutely buzzing right now. And who can blame him there? Wow, crazy hand of poker. Justin there in the background can only watch on with disbelief. You can see the expression on his face. What just happened?
他打稳点，打稳点。我说是找那个账，我打1万5，把账我妈看起有点烦，我觉得这种素质有点低下，有点。本来比都可以让打噻，他好像个人。我23，明说23，那怎么接啊？我23。
对，接 open four 是正常的。他只是他有点那个杂码。
没有，原来我们打过的，原来打比赛他唱了很多次了。他这里逼我，这里意思了。
刚才 A 勾和33也是你们两个吗？
对。主要我一开后他一直在握赢我。
我就是看你们两个太硬了，所以我都
我还不是的，
算了。
我们是一样的。
Mr. Hu Chao here recently doubled up, so now he's got chips to work with. Pocket 10s here. Comes in for the min raise from middle position there, pumps it up to 5,000. And pretty amazing flop here for that gentleman. Flopping top set on 10-6-4 rainbow. Very unfortunate that Li Zihao hasn't flopped the piece. But we have seen Li come with some aggressive moves before while not holding much. And once again, going to float one off and peel one here out of position. And king of clubs on the turn. Not what he was looking for when his opponent is holding top set, but I'm sure he's feeling great about turning top pair here. Question is now for Hu Chao, what sizing with the current stack to pot ratio here? Just over half pot seems to be suitable. But instead, going to come with the very small sizing here. Probably putting his opponent on a pair of 6s or 4s. Doesn't want to scare him away. So pretty innovative sizing here. Of course, oh my goodness. Li Zihao not going anywhere. But now, on this river, the date with the 8. Backdoors 2 pair. Surely we're going to see all the chips go in. 5-7 does get there. Does complete. But I don't think Hu Chao going to be too worried about that. Question is, does Li Zihao want to lead now? And if so, what kind of hand is he targeting? And he will just go big here. Run about 65% pot sizing. I think Hu Chao can jam this one for value. Only losing to 5-7. And potentially the opponent would try to check raise or choose a bigger sizing themselves should they choose to lead out. Therefore 10s pretty much always the best hand here. 7-9 also got there. But would 7-9 check called twice with only a gut shot? And yeah, Hu Chao will find the jam. And Li Zihao in a world of pain here. You can see it on his face. Doesn't expect his opponent to jam a worst hand for value. For example, a hand like ace-king or aces. Might just call this river bet here. So facing the jam, expects to be up against a higher 2 pair or set. And he will take his time here to stew through his options. Doesn't seem to try and be going for any live reads right now. Just seems to be fixated on the board. Trying to figure out possible combinations that could take this line. And if this gentleman can't think of any bluffs or worse value hands that would jam, he will be able to get away, but no, feels as though his hand far too good. So he will make the call and see the bad news. And yeah, unlucky for Li Zihao on that run out, but one has to wonder, was that flop call out of position a little bit too speculative with the king high? Floated his opponent's c-bet, turn the top pair, and then from there on out, it was always going to be bad news. His fate was sealed on the river, rivering two pair. And we say GG, Mr. Li Zihao. Potentially good luck to you if you do decide to fire Flight 1C, the turbo flight of this baby dragon. Same buy-in, 1.5 million Korean won, just over 1,000 USD. And now we are down to 50 players here. And we'll be paying 15% of the field. So potentially 22 players ITM. We'll confirm that a little bit later with you guys. But for now, action on Zhang Chengyu here. 10-9 suited. Getting shorter stacked, but still happy to raise this one up on VPIP here. And very unfortunate that Wang isn't holding anything there, because Zhang Chengyu flopping the straight surely wanted some action, but not going to get it. As we do say thank you to Mr. Vinton Wong there, some amazing dealing, but your time is over. Get out of here. And we do say welcome to the wonderful Tipsy, beautiful Taiwanese dealer, blessing us with her presence. Had the absolute pleasure to work alongside her at Poker Dream as well. And I must say a massive thank you for finding a diamond in the rough, Mrs. Veronica, the new co-host of mine from Poker Dream, who is also your commentator here at the Red Dragon series. She is there on the ground in Jeju with the team. So shout out to those wonderful girls doing an amazing job here, helping things to run smooth as silk in this Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025. Mr. Kai Zheng here, a little bit cheeky. Queen deuce of clubs from the cutoff, but still will come in for the raise. And Louis Kai, tough spot in the small blind. Jack 10 offsuit will elect to fold. So action folds over to the big blind, and Hu Chao, interesting, he doesn't want to defend the 5-3 suited there. Pretty connected hand, getting a good price, but doesn't want to play out of position against the aggressive Kai Zheng. So lets it go pre-flop. Mr. Feng here got the big slickers, got a huge stack as well. Over 100 big blinds to start the hand. So pumping things up here. And unfortunately for Wang, she's woken up with ace-10 suited behind 9 big blinds. Sends it into the middle. And bad news for her, she is behind and dominated right now. Does Zhang want to come into the party here? Got the pocket sevens. But facing this action in front of you, I do think you have to send these sevens into the muck here and respect the early position, raiser's range as well. And indeed she does, which will make way here for Feng to snap call. Cards on their backs, and unfortunate for Wang. She's a 3-1 underdog here. Needs to find a 10 or some diamonds, or she will be heading to the rail. Yeah, some opportunities here on the paired flop. 7 of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Needs 8, 7, or 10 on the river, and Queen of Spades. Not going to do it for Wang, so unfortunately, we lose a beautiful face from this feature table. And Tipsy here woke up today and she chose violence. Eliminating these guys one after another. And Lu Zhang here, ace 10 of diamonds, getting past the round. Does send in her last 13 big blinds here. And her action is on Hu Chao. Small pair, small decision to make, but will elect to fold it. So action now on the big blind. Queen Yi, 10-6 offsuit, not going to make the cut there. So raise and take it for Lu Zhang. Yeah, have a great day, Mr. Kai Take. Have a great day at work, sir. Thanks for tuning in. Hope to catch you on the back end of this stream, because we are playing down until we get all of these guys and girls in the money later today, here for this flight 1B of your baby dragon. And don't forget, tune in tomorrow for day 2, but hold the phone there, because the graphics, they are mistaken. Of course, Mr. Louis Kai isn't folding the bullets, he's raising them. 5.5k. Pretty tight fold from Queen G in the small blind there. King 8 suited. Definitely could have V-pipped that one. And Feng here from the big blind, showing us how he got all of those chips now. 3-betting the Queen 5 offsuit from the big blind, but this is very, very bad timing here. He's walking into the stone nuts at this point. The best pre-flop hand in Hold'em, aces. And look at the theatrics now from Louis Kai. The BAFTA award goes to you, sir. Hollywooding at its finest here. But we all know he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage. Just planning the size now for the 4-bet, I'm sure he is. A little bit too deep stacked to think about slow playing and flatting this one. And yeah, reaching for more of those brown 5k chips. 45k is the new price of poker. And yeah, Queen 5 off there. Nice move. Wrong timing. But we'll eventually let it go when facing the 4-bet. But okay, interesting to see some of the moves up the sleeve of the gentleman there in the 9 seat. And I just found out from my wonderful sister that it is Siblings Day today. So happy Siblings Day. And let me know in the chat, in the comments, if you get along with your siblings, or if, like me and my sister, you just bully each other. And there's no need for enemies when you have siblings like her. Let me tell you that, my friends. Alrighty, cheeky 3-way action here on this flop of 4-4-3 rainbow. Everybody completely whiffing, but Mr. Kai Zeng has the pre-flop aggression and did raise under the gun, so he gets to represent all those overpairs here. 6,500 is the bet. Zhang in position, ace-jack offsuit after not connecting, potentially way behind there to the range of Kai Zeng, so just lets it go. And nicely timed c-bet there with the king-queen offsuit. Good awareness of ranges there, and not just giving up after missing the flop. Alrighty, cheeky 3-way action here. This flop of and I'm sure we will see Mr. Louis Kai back in the saddle here, 5-4 suited. Indeed we do. Keeping it consistent here, same sizing as before when he had the aces, 5,500. So nicely balanced is that gentleman. And Feng here on the button. Jack 10 suited. For sure he's not folding, but yeah, we do see him take the passive route and just call. Absolutely fine to do so. So it's going to be battle of the hearts here in this heads up pot. As we go to the flop here, and nothing to see or shout about there for Louis Kai, but does he want to continue the story and come with a c-bet here? So we do indeed see the delayed c-bet. And wow, Feng has got all of the moves here. Instead of coming with the standard conventional play to call with the pair and gut shot, raising it up here, really putting his opponent under it. Even if his opponent's got a king X, even an ace at this point, you can't be loving life here when facing a raise out of position. And Feng does have that all-important blocker to the nuts as well. Queen 10 here, a hand that he would definitely be raising for value, and he is blocking it. So yeah, although Kai only has 5 high, still got to respect this move from Feng here, because it would have got a lot of better hands to fold as well. Mr. Louis Kai seems to be playing every single hand. Looking to dance with the devil here with the pocket sixes. And you already know the sizing, guys and girls. 5,500. So action now folding around to Feng here. Got the suited king in the cutoff. And yeah, this gentleman certainly on the more aggressive side. 3-betting this one, 15.5k. Now Louis Kai here, he's deep enough to potentially continue and see a flop. So indeed he will do so. Flicks in the 10k more, heads up we go to the races. And King 8-4, 2 hearts. Feng absolutely smashing this flop all over it here with top and bottom pair. Louis Kai does have the backdoor straight draw, but with no hearts in his hand. Don't think we're going to see him continue if he faces a c-bet here. And yeah, the sizing is big. 17k into 37 here. Almost a half pot bet. Don't think we'll see sixes stick around any longer. Yeah, body language says it all. One quick recheck of the cards and lets it go. And you can't win them all, my friend. And nicely timed getting out of there, because as we saw, he was way behind. So Feng, really aggressive, but suddenly seems to know what he is doing. Seems to have his ranges and timing in check. But as previously mentioned, definitely on the looser, more aggressive side of things, that's for sure. And if you are just tuning in, then welcome. This is Flight 1B of your Baby Dragon here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025 at the Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino here in Jeju, South Korea. And I do believe we'll be taking a short 15-minute break after the conclusion of this hand. So don't go anywhere. Go grab some snacks, refreshments, come right back. And we'll get the cards back into the air for you lovely people. As always, let us know where you're watching from. Drop us a comment in the chat. All banter is more than encouraged. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley, will be live streaming this one, the whole series, wrapping things up on the 10th of May. So blind v blind action here. Mr. Yang starting things off with the complete from the small blind. Jack 10 offsuit here for Yin Momo. Kind of hand that performs very nicely as a check here. If your opponent is playing a polarized strategy when limping, then you want to keep in all of his trashy stuff and control the size of the pot against his strong hands. So checking back Jack 10 makes perfect sense. Yeah, and on this flop, it's all Jack 10 here. Nothing for the 6-3 here to do but check fold. So just like that, guys and girls, we'll take a short break here. The wonderful Tipsy will go and take some rest, fully deserved for her, working hard as always, running the game professionally and smoothly. And we'll see you guys shortly for the conclusion of Flight 1B of your baby dragon. Lots of love. Ah, yes. Hello there, Mr. Yang Peng, a very familiar face who was on our feature table yesterday in Flight 1A. His aggression seems to be ongoing as soon as he sits down here. 9 deuce suited under the gun. Yeah, why not? Raising this one up. And yesterday, classic case of live by the sword, die by the sword for Mr. Yang Peng. His aggression won him a few pots, but ultimately cost him his tournament life. And Mr. Pan Yu Chao here, seat number 2, a regular on the Asian circuit, repping the Korea Poker Cup patch there. Also seen this gentleman at Poker Dream many, many times. So it will be interesting to see how this gentleman plays. First time I've had the pleasure to see him with cards up. And Zhao Jiaming here, not going anywhere in the big blind, happy to defend the King 6 offsuit. And 8-6-5, all hearts here. Zhao ahead for now, but Yang, the man with the betting lead here, will go check bet call on this flop. So to the turn we go, and the 4 of diamonds does complete the straight now. Zhao checking this one over once again. And Yang will knuckle back here. So if Zhao can get to showdown, he will scoop a nice little pot here. Interesting bet, some kind of value / merge. And it will be good enough to get the job done here. Yang, very hard to represent things in his shoes there on the river after it goes check, check on the turn. And he realizes that, so wisely gives up the river, doesn't try to make a move there on his opponent. And if this is your first time tuning in, then welcome. This is Flight 1B of your Baby Dragon here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour in the wonderful Jeju Island, South Korea. And this venue, the Shinhwa Resort, the Landing Entertainment Casino, absolutely outstanding facilities here.
Miss anything exciting in the last couple of levels of play?
It's been absolutely wild, my friend. Still can't get over the last 2 hours of action. Some of the things I saw, was absolutely speechless. But this table right now, these new faces, they seem to be a much calmer bunch. That's for sure. So I think for entertainment purposes, it might die down slightly. Therefore, the level of banter and nonsense that I'm talking might have to rise ever so slightly. And Mr. Wu Lu Yao here with the K9 suited, locking horns with Mr. Yang Peng. Interesting to see the flop go check, check there. Would have expected a C bet on that dry texture. And that's going to provide Yang with a gutter now. Action checks through once again. An interesting river here because Wu has played his hand like he's got ace high, so I don't think Yang will want to bluff here. And I think Mr. Liu Yao there, slightly lucky to get to showdown and win with the king 9. But nevertheless, gets the job done there. Probably figured his hand was too good to turn into a bluff after taking a passive route earlier in the hand. And this gentleman here in the 9 seat, familiar face on the Asian scene as well. His name does slip my mind for now, but we'll see on the screen soon. And he definitely knows how to play. Won a trophy or 2 at a few Poker Dream series recently, earlier this year and last year. So definitely not a newbie to the game.
So how did your gym session go, Grant? You looking more or less like Josh McCulley?
Hopefully less. Hopefully much less, my friend. The gym session, it was a short and sweet one. It was a shoulder session. Shoulders like boulders by the time we walked out of there. Had to walk sideways to get in the elevator. But it was a good session.
Elevator?
Nonetheless.
Elevator? What's this nonsense? Use the stairs going to and from the gym. None of this elevator stuff.
We're on a limited time budget, you know. Had to get back here and be on time for my streaming duties. You know, I take this job extremely professionally. Just like Mr. Zhang here, taking this spot professionally, calling with the 7s as he's supposed to. And he will be flipping here against Sun. And if no brightness shines on Sun Yu here, they will be making their way to the exit. King 5-3 here. 2 clubs, 6 of diamonds. Not what Sun's looking for. And with the 5 pairing the board, it showers. See you later on your bike. And you're out of here, Sun Yu. Hope to see you in flight C, madam. The turbo flight. Chance is not over yet to make day 2. Mrs. Sun Yu was also a champion at Poker Dream 15 or Poker Dream 17. Poker Dream 15, sorry. I'll get there in the end, Jordan. But yeah, she actually won
Eventually,
2 events in the same series. Congratulations to her. What an absolute beast. And a very, very nice person as well.
So what number Poker Dream are we up to? 17, 18. This definitely sounds like there's been quite a number of them.
Oh, yes. But they do skip the 4s, so don't be deceived, my friend. There was no Poker Dream 4 or Poker Dream 14. The number 4 in Mandarin means death. Therefore, very unlucky for some people to use it.
There have been a couple of occasions where I've been told off regarding some unluckiness with some Chinese players that I've played with. There was a gentleman that I was chatting with a fair bit when I was playing a cash game, and I walked up to him at a game once and grabbed him on the shoulder and said, "Hello, my friend, it's good to see you." And that was not met with kindness. I don't think he's spoken to me ever again.
Oh, yes. Be careful, my friend, with the shoulder touching. Let's hold that for a second because I think a squeeze is coming here from my boy Yang Peng. Yeah, he knows a spot when it's there and he's not afraid to take it. Sees the dead money out there. Ace-10 offsuit. Pretty good combo to put into your bluffing range here. So it'll be interesting to see how this hand pans out here. But talking of shoulder touches, I actually touched a gentleman on the shoulder before leaving the card room to wish him luck. He was chip leading day 2 of the main event. 15 minutes later, I got a phone call from that gentleman asking me if I'm in the card room. Called me back, say, please come back, it's an emergency. He does have limited English, but still followed his orders, ran back to the card room, found the gentleman. He grabbed my hand, he put it on his other shoulder, and he said, okay, balance, balance. And it turns out I touched one shoulder and he just ran kings into aces, nearly lost all of his stack. And to balance out the bad luck I had given him, I had to touch the other shoulder. So he called me back, grabbed my hand, put it on the other shoulder, and then not sure what happened to the rest of his stack. But if he dusted it off, sure, you can blame me, sir. I'll take it. I don't mind. So interesting spot here for Zhao. Jiaming with the pocket tens out of position, but he definitely got history with Yang Peng. These guys played together a bunch before, so he's not going anywhere right now. And I think he'll be looking for some low boards here that he can potentially check jam on, but King Queen 7 is not one of them here. And it's got to be a great board surely here for Mr. Yang Peng.
The gut shot for Yang may be tempting here. 6 outs may feel like enough for at least one street. There's 21 big blinds in the middle and the bet of 18,500. Not going to be too appetizing for pocket tens. You never like seeing the overs coming out here. So, but it looks like we don't have a believer. 18,500 assembled and 5 in.
This is fantastic here. This is Zhao Jiaming knowing his opponent. He knows exactly how way out of line Yang Peng can be. And therefore, check call the tens. But if you're going to play it like that on the flop and see a turn like this, can you now start to fold your hand? Or do you just have to go with your gut here and call down? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Very interesting here. Yang Peng does continue, but decides to jam it in. SPR was round about 1. So Zhao now probably wondering, what value hands would he fast play like this? Maybe ace, king, pocket aces. Yeah. But hands other than that, surely would want a smaller sizing. But yeah, too much heat here for the tens, Jordan. Has to send it into the muck.
Yeah, and I definitely agree that there are going to be hands like ace, king, aces, probably without a heart, that are just going to want to jam the turn. Tens, unfortunately, with the 2 overs, not going to be able to call, and the chips going in one direction, it seems. I mean, that's a stack of almost 300,000, so definitely a lot of power there in seat number 6.
Like a bowl. Came to play. Turning up the heat here. And I'm sipping on my hazelnut latte, getting what I like to call cracked. And expect this commentary to get wild, to get out of line. And Jordan, I just want to ask you, have you ever taken a gut shot? Because I heard you mention gut shot there on the flop. I just want to know, have you ever personally taken a gut shot yourself?
Well, I don't know what you're meaning in the context that you're mentioning it. In poker, I've been on the receiving end of many of them, but I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I mean, we've all taken a gut shot in poker, but no, I mean a gut shot in the real world. You know, I'm actually from the streets, you know, back in the days, from the streets, from the ghetto. And I had to take a few gut shots in my time. Some of them more painful than others. But every time I rose back to my feet, like a phoenix, came back from the ashes. And just take this as an inspirational message to everyone out there listening. You know, it's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you get back up. And shout out Mr. Rocky Balboa. As we see Mr. Zhang Rong here commit his tournament life, requesting the triangle. Not sure what he's got. He's being a naughty boy, hiding his cards from the reader. But Mr. Yang Peng here, no surprise to see him raise folding. His pre-flop range wide as a barn door.
Is there a specific film that you're going to be watching in the lead up to the World Series of Poker in the next month or so? Any inspirational film that really gets you going beforehand? Obviously, we just mentioned the Rockies, but is there any specific one that you like to watch?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question as well. That's why we love Jordan Bromley. You know, he's full of these questions that get the creativity and imagination flowing. And the movie that comes straight to mind, I have to say, to prepare me for Vegas specifically, to get ready for my opponents and try and think about how they think and feel, I'll be watching Free Willy. It's one of my all-time classics. And I just want to see and try and get into the mind of the whales.
I'm very excited for the one singular moment over the course of the next 10 days where I get a legitimate answer from you, Grant. But until then, we're going to have to work with Free Willy. I appreciate it. Ace King raised up to 6K from Zhang Daqiao over to Zhang Junlong. Not going to get involved with the Ace 4, and it's going to get over to the blinds. Looks like a potential raise and take it. Pan Yushao, the Jack 3 offsuit. 23,000 to begin this hand, or 23,000 behind. I believe Pan Yushao was actually the player that stone bubbled last night. The pocket kings potentially no good against the Ace 7. Do I have that right, Grant? Was it Pan Yushao last night? Or do I have that totally wrong? Am I recognizing the jacket there incorrectly?
Never going to question any facts coming out of your mouth. As always, like an encyclopedia, spot on there. Fountain of knowledge, not just a pretty face, as they say. And we were talking about gut shots before, but that takes me to my next question, Jordan. Have you ever taken a nut shot?
Maybe going to an all-boys school maybe once or twice inadvertently, but I'm not entirely sure of the context, Grant. You're starting to worry me with these questions.
I'm worrying myself, my friend. Don't worry. As we do see, Mr. Zhao Jiaming here, wake up with a monster. And yeah, I mean, these guys, they got history surely, because Yang Peng here, cold calling right next to him, 6 deuce of clubs. Maybe these guys working together, some kind of team play here, plotting and scheming a way to pass the chips over to one another.
Yes, because No Limit tournament poker is more of a game of board coverage. It's important to have the Ace Kings and the 6 deuces if you're working together.
And there you go. You know what they say, teamwork makes the dream work. They knew it was coming. They both flopped top pair, top kicker here. And Mr. Yang Peng also got the backdoor clubs covered as well. So interesting. How does Zhao want to play this one here? Does have 2 players behind him.
Looks like I bet a 10,000 into that 28K pot. Yang getting rid of the 6 deuce, as we've just received word from our team on site that 144 players have entered this one, but only 22 of them will be making it through to day 2. Yesterday, either 17 or 18 made it through, so a few more given the slightly larger flight. So we need 17 more eliminations until we pause this one and bring the turbos onto the feature table.
Oh yes, it's turbo time. And Baby Dragon, but not baby numbers here in the field. Amazing turnout at the front end of this Red Dragon series. So expect things to get extremely busy towards the back end. Of course, our championship, one of the key events, that one going to be hustling and bustling as always. And Mr. Zhao Jiaming finally finds the fold button there under the gun. 10-8 offsuit. As does Yang Peng. He'll take the shades off, give his face a scratch there. Kind of wondering how he managed to actually fold a hand. And I have to say, I have taken a few nut shots in my time. But we won't get into that just now. because we have
Thank you.
Mr. Pan Yu Chao all in here, chips across the line, queen 10 offsuit. And when it folds to you on the dealer button and you've got 7 bigs, who can blame him? Seems like the course of action to take. An easy call here for Lu Yao with the 7s in a small blind. One of them folded there in the big. Cards will be on their backs. Flipping here. Queen 10, slight advantage due to one of the folded 7s. But still, all in and at risk and needs to find some help to stay alive. Jack, Jack 5, not going to do it. Deuce of hearts, but bang. Queen of spades there on the river. Mr. Pan Yu Chao, cool as a cucumber there, almost like he knew it was coming. Doesn't even flinch. Finally, we get a nod of appreciation to the dealer. And I hope that's meant in a friendly way, sir, because I'm watching you.
Yeah, never in doubt with the queen on the river there. Very nice to get a double up. Only at around 14 big blinds, but definitely going to be feeling more comfortable than with 7. Those of you who are tuning in perhaps for the first time and are a little bit unsure as to the chip denominations, break them down very quickly. The purple's worth 500, green's 1,000. The brown chip's worth 5,000. There's a lot of power in that stack there of Yang Peng, who I must say was rocking the same jumper yesterday. I wonder if he had the chance to get it washed, or if we're having what we were talking about yesterday, a bit of an issue there. You had a quick conversation about that yesterday, Grant.
That's extremely sus. I can see the creases in it, same as yesterday. It hasn't been washed. That's strike 1 for you, sir. I don't mind wearing it twice, but like I say, 3-4 times, and then we're going to start to have some serious problems here. And Pan Yu Chao, after that recent double up now, has more options on the table as opposed to just having to jam now. Ace Queen offsuit here from the cutoff. 16 big blinds here. Still not interested in playing any small pots here. Just wants to send it. And triangle time once more. No customers yet. Mr. Zhao Jiaming here in the big blind. Rags as well. So another pickup there for Pan Yu Chao. Nice little bit of momentum building for that gentleman. His cap says, I love Jack Jack. Haven't seen that so far yet at the table. But this gentleman surely is loving life right now. And we need to order some coffee here for the man donning the fake Burberry shirt. There's no way that's legit. You can see the folds and the creases on the sleeves and the indents of the sewing. But still, quite fashionable, have to say. And Burberry only worn by what we call in the UK chavs. I'm sure we have a different word for that in Australia. But yeah, the chavs are the guys that typically wear the Burberry and the Nike Air Max, and they stand outside the fish and chip shop looking for trouble. And Mr. Zhang Rong there, not looking to get in trouble either. Folding, getting out of the way. And that will make way for Mr. Wang Sheng Yong here to open things up here. 6,000 with ace-6 of clubs. And the man of the hour, Pan Yu Chao, king, queen of diamonds here. 19 big blinds to start the hand. We'll see if my man has been studying the charts, because we'll see a lot of players elect to shove this one in. But this guy, field player it seems, electing to fold there. Felt like the timing was off perhaps. And that's going to make way for Jiang Daquiao to come along and join the party here. And Jiang Daquiao, actually a member of the Hufflepuff house. You can see that there represented by the scarf that he's wearing.
Who was it that you said you were a proud member of yesterday? It wasn't Ravenclaw. It was Gryffindor, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're correct. So it was Gryffindor indeed.
Looks like Jiang is going to try and c-bet the 7 high. Gets it straight through the ace high. As looks like Jason Cheong and Harvey Tran are back in the Facebook chat. Jason asking when you guys are going to play poker together.
And so Jason,
play poker or play werewolf?
Back once again, and with you, sir, I'll play absolutely anything. The higher the stakes, the better, in my opinion. Probably one of the easiest paydays of my career.
We love an easy payday. Those are the best kinds of days. So run me through the shoulder workout we had today, Grant, as Wu Yulao opens up the ace 6 of hearts.
Alrighty, but let's just pause for 1 second here because we're going to see how Hufflepuff approach the jacking off here. And cut off.
Oh dear.
Yeah, if you get cut off when you're jacking off, that can be a massive problem. So 15,000 here is the 3-bet size. I'm getting my words mixed up, sorry, because I'm a little bit dyslexic, but you understand my point, right? If it gets cut off when you're jacking off, that's very dangerous. So he elects to just fast play this one here, doesn't want to get in trouble, and makes it 15,000. And you can visibly see now these live towels from Wu Yu Lao. He's giving it away here. He looks uncomfortable. He looks like he has a decision on his hands, and finally the cards go into the muck. So yeah, fantastic approach there with the jacking off from the Hufflepuff member. And he just looks like a boss. He's definitely done that before, an experienced veteran. Not the first time he has ever played around bluffing with jacking off. So I'm taking some notes there. I'm learning every day. And that is one of the beauties of life for me. You live and you learn, always growing, always improving. And the moment that you stop growing and learning is the moment you stop living.
And I just want to make a very quick note that the player sitting in seat number 9 was actually the champion in this event in July of last year, winning 132 million Korean won. An absolutely amazing result. Wang Shengyong, the champion of the Baby Dragon back in July. So trying to do it again. Should he be successful, picking up another winner's jacket.
Absolute legend. And yeah, I told you, my friend definitely knows how to navigate the streets. I've seen him run deep at other series as well. So it wasn't just a one-hit wonder. That gentleman. Let's see if he can spin it up and retain and defend his title here. But for now, our eyes are all on Mr. Yang Peng here with the Janina suited on the button. Loving life right now. Just doesn't want to see a rejam here from the big blind, because that'll be a pretty tricky and awkward spot. But yeah, we are loving life. When the big blind just clicks call, we get to play in position. And yeah, he's getting told off now by the dealer. And rightly so. Your cards should be in the box already, sir. And finally, we get to see what he's holding. King 9 offsuit here. He's ahead and dominates Mr. Yang. But on this board, at a position, when Yang has the pre-flop betting lead, he now gets to represent a much stronger range. So with this 5.5k on the flop here, Yeah, no surprise to see Zhang send his cards into the muck.
And I'm still waiting on this shoulder workout, Grant. I'm going to get you to go back to it because I need to work on my boulder shoulders. I feel like it's an area that I'm personally lacking.
Yeah, you've exposed me. You've caught me. I tried to get away with not telling you because this is some secret sauce, but okay. I just want to put a disclaimer out there before I do tell anyone out there listening. If you copy this workout, be careful. It's going to result in you getting absolutely massive. And there will be repercussions of that. So the shoulder boulder workout is as follows. As always, a good warm-up involving some dynamic stretching, arm swinging, lifting some extremely light weights to get the blood flowing, and trying to release the muscle fascia that is coating my neck and my traps and my shoulder joints. Then we start the workout. My first exercise I like to do is lateral raises using the cable machine. And I will hook in the handcuffs in there as well. So I use the cuffs, try to eliminate any hand, any wrist, any forearm being involved. And I completely isolate the lateral deltoid. So I do the lateral raises using the cable machine with the cuff from hip height. I do single arm and I do 3 sets on each side. I then will drop the cuff to the very bottom of the cable machine, and I will now take both sides of the cable machine and I will do lateral cuffed raises, both arms at the same time. I take the cuffs from behind my body from opposite sides, and then I stand forward and I raise to opposite sides out in front of me. I don't have a better name for that one, but I call it cuffed lateral raises. And that is my second exercise. I then will lie on my back and take those cuffs. And again, I will lift them above my head while I'm lying flat down on my back. This is called Y raises because your arms, they come up. And when your shoulders are in the max contraction point, your arms and your body makes a Y shape. I'll do 3 sets of those bad boys as well. Then I will go to shoulder press machine. I'll do 2 sets there. I'll then do 3 sets of rear delt raises on the cable machine. And I will finish off the workout 2 sets of dumbbells, frontal raises to hit that mini front delt, and then it's bish bash bosh. Job's a good one. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, and then you walk out shoulders like boulders, my friend. Take care.
Sounds like a fantastic workout to me. I especially like the addition of the Y raises in there. Definitely going to have to try those ones out myself. I, in the past, have definitely used the cable machine when doing calf lateral raises. I found that sometimes I can actually get a little bit better of a mind-muscle connection if I hold onto a lacrosse ball while I'm doing it, or a tennis ball. I feel like I can feel it in my side delt a little bit more. So I don't know if you've ever done that, but I definitely enjoy that.
You feel it in your fingers and you feel it in your toes. That's how the saying goes. And then you feel it a little bit in your nose. Similar to partying on a heavy night out. But you will also feel it in your deltoid as well if you're isolating the muscle correctly. So yeah, for me, the cable machine is the GOAT because you get to play around with all the angles, and then you can control at what part of the rep you have different amounts of tension. And that will be fluctuating depending on how high you set the cable machine. And therefore you can manipulate this to your advantage. You can get a much better mind to muscle connection as opposed to using dumbbells. And yeah, when you introduce the cuffs as well, it takes it to a whole nother level in terms of being able to isolate the muscle and being able to remove any unnecessary help or resistance from other muscle groups that we're not trying to directly train. And here is the champ Folding the 8-4 suited on the button, fair enough, less than 30 big blinds. Probably sees the short stacks to his left and suspects that this might be happening. So yeah, interesting now after Chen jams, 13 bigs. Pan here got a hand that's pretty fringy.
Yeah, really, really fringy for 12.5 blinds. These blind spots are definitely outside my realms of expertise. I'm not sure what you should be calling off against a jamming range here. What do you think, Grant?
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about these spots in a live environment is that the ranges are always fluid, they're always flexible. It always ultimately depends on how you think your opponent is playing. I think in this spot there, in theory, I think Queen 10 probably good enough to make a call. Your opponent will be jamming some worse Queen X hands, and we'll be jamming some suited connectors and hands that Queen 10 is actually way ahead of. Even if your opponent got Ace X, as we saw there, you're still 60-40 underdog, not the worst case scenario. But yeah, it does let it go there. And I think in a live environment, the tendency in the big blind is to also do the same. I think people here slightly overfold compared to theoretical recommendations. But you've got to remember, whatever you study and learn from GTO baseline, that is based on the assumption that your opponent is also taking those lines. And the case in the live environment is that that is never the case. Population predominantly under bluffing in a lot of different spots. So that allows some of the elite players to not only learn the GTO, but then come to the live environment and use that to their full advantage in order to know how to deviate from that baseline and exploit their opponents massively. And that is where you get the highest win rates of them all, where you combine the GTO with the exploit plays and knowing exactly which node and line to take every single time, not just based on theory, but also based on what's happening in front of you. And Lu Yao here sees the raise and call in front of him. So question is, how does he want to play the 10s here? Effective stacks, around about 27 bigs to start the hand. So wouldn't mind just seeing a rejam from Wu Yu Lao here.
Looks like that is what we are going to see. 3-bet up to 26K. Very quick fold from the King Jack back over to the champion from July, Wang Shengyong, with the Ace Queen offsuit in the cutoff. These guys, 30 big blinds effective, roughly. What are we going to see here? Looks like a call. So let's play a pot in position with Ace Queen. 66,500 in the middle. The flop, not very kind, however. 9-3 deuce rainbow, 10s with a 72% lock. Wu Lu Yao. Very stoic there, not giving anything away. Not many 5K chips, but 3 stacks of greens holding a lot of power. Looks like the C-bet is going to be fired in, goes around 23,000. And now it's a question of whether or not we see a continue from the ace high here. Wang not making any instant decisions, so definitely considering what to do. Hasn't just decided to snap fold. And whilst does have a mountain of those 5Ks, he does choose to relinquish and hold on to the 86,000 that he has. And given actually how his stack looks there, I'm not sure if that count is totally correct. It looks like he has a little bit more than that, but we'll check with our production team to see if that is exact. As I want to make a quick note of a YouTube comment. I'm going to apologize in advance for the pronunciation of this. Ilse Zolte is saying, "Hey, Grant." Not sure if I've gotten the name totally wrong there, Grant. You're going to have to tell me.
What is happening? Shout out to the boss, the queen of the subconscious, Mrs. Ilza Zolt, who is my partner in the Master of the Mindset, hypnotherapist and mindset coach for poker players, who is right now battling it out at the Battle of Malta series over there in Europe. So best of luck to you in the main event. And anyone interested in any hypnosis sessions with the Queen of the Subconscious, feel free to hit her up on social media, because she is absolutely amazing at what she does. Worked with many, many poker players from all over the world, helping to reprogram their subconscious. And many great testimonials about her on the Master of the Mindset website as well. Go and check that out. Mr. Lu Yao here got the fish hooks, and against this wide range of Yang Peng, he's more than happy to start this one off here with a 3-bet.
Yeah, and it takes it up to 22,000 and a pretty quick fold. So we get a pan back look at the lovely feature table setup. Plenty of cameras, plenty of action. 36 players remaining in this flight. We will be playing down to 22. And these guys will be bagging the chips up. But that won't be the end of the coverage this evening, because we still have the turbo flight happening in the background. It's going to be a little bit faster paced, but still another opportunity for more players to make it through to day 2. With the 22 from this flight and the 17 from the other flight, only 39 players are going to be continuing. So surely there are going to be more opportunities in the turbo flight to get that number up towards 50. Action folding around to Wulu Yao, not going to get involved with 9-3. Oh, ace-jack suited in the small blind is a much better looking hand. Looks like just a call setting the trap for Zhao Xiaoming. What are we going to see from 10-5? Looks like a raise. Looks like the trap is working out. Ace-jack inducing a raise from the 10-5 off.
Yeah, absolutely love it. He knows his man here. Choosing to limp raise this ace-jack suited combo at this effective stack depth of around about 25 bigs. Hufflepuff here being represented extremely strongly. And I do have 3 questions for you, Jordan. A little bit more serious this time, though, as before. I know you didn't take me too seriously. So we will, get things a bit more formal and professional. The first question that I want to ask you is, why is a raven like a writing desk?
I'm not sure why a raven is like a writing desk. You're going to have to let me know.
All right, we're going to have to hold the phone, pause things for a while, because very interesting to see Jiang only flat call there with the ace-jack. So we are going to go post-flop here. And interesting that Zhao does not want to c-bet this board. King 9-4, 2 spades. Seemingly good enough for the pre-flop raiser to represent. But instead, 10 high. No showdown value. Snap checking back. Will he come with a delayed c-bet here? He looks interested to do so. And I think this line now actually becomes a lot more believable than just c-betting the flop. Ace-jack here, pure bluff catcher.
Looks like the bluff catch is the way to go so far. The call going in. What will the river bring? Only 4 of them can help the 10-5. The 7 of diamonds and is not included in those 4, excuse me. Does Xiao Jiaming find the bet on the river? Only has 55,000 behind, but 10 high is not going to be very good very often. No spade in his hand, which may help him lean towards maybe going for it. See what he decides to do instead. Hand on card, looking up to the roof. I thought we were going to see the chips reach for and jammed there. Instead, a bit of a pump fake. Hesitation. Two stacks of purple, a stack of green, and 2 brown chips. Are they going to be forced into the middle? Yes, they are. And Zhang Diqiao with an interesting decision now. Ace high, but no spades or hearts. So he unblocks all of the potential flush combos that Xiao Jiaming may have tried to go with on this river that did not get there. And the call is made. The hero comes out, and just like that, the ace high is the best hand. GG's in the chat for Xiao Jiaming. A massive hero call.
Wow, Zaruni. Absolutely insane hero call there. Put your cape on, sir. Hufflepuff, 10 house points to you guys. That was an absolutely insane call down. Set the trap pre-flop. And then instead of jamming or coming with a re-raise, decided to go with a passive node. Slow playing essentially the ace-jack suited at that point. And then check calling down against the delayed double barrel. Absolutely amazing awareness of his opponent's tendencies. And a beautiful, beautiful soul read there. Sending Jiaming to the showers. And just like that, we're one step closer to the bubble and to advancing to day 2 tomorrow. And the first answer to the first question, why is a raven like a writing desk? Well, it's a very interesting one, my friends, because there's several ways you can look at it, but essentially, why would you want to look at it anyway? The main moral and point of it is that a raven can be like a writing desk if you want it to be, and that's fine. No need to put too much thought or energy into it. We often get caught up and stuck on things in life where in reality, it's best if we just let them go and move on to the next thing. Moving on just right now to Mr. Chenju Hang here. Pocket 10s, 15 bigs in middle position. I think this is a nice one here to come in for a non-all-in sizing. He seems to agree here. 10,000 is the raise. And Hufflepuff here. Going to need some serious magic to get them out of this one. Pocket 8s on the button and way behind right now.
Yeah, going to need a bit of luck. Earlier we saw 8s go all in against 10s and actually make running quads. So that's what Zhang is going to be hoping for here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible. Yang Peng with the 8 of diamonds blocking the opportunity to make quads. In fact, he's going to come along and join the party. 10s, 8s, and Queen 8 offsuit to the flop. Ace 7-4. 10s still in the lead. Definitely wasn't where I was expecting you to go with the desk and the raven. I was expecting a punchline. Instead, I got an existential feeling of dread.
Absolutely, sir. Sit with that and feel it, and enjoy those emotions. Ride the wave of life. But a raven could also be like a writing desk because they both can produce notes, essentially. That could be a more substantial answer and more short-winded one. But nevertheless, that concludes everything about question 1, and we move on to the second one. And this one now getting a little bit trickier every time as we start to get deeper in this tournament. Stakes start to get a little bit higher, pressure starts to rise, and therefore I think the questions should become more curious and creative as we go. Question number 2. It takes 20 minutes to cook 20 chickens in 20 microwaves. How long does it take to cook 50 chickens in 50 microwaves?
I believe the answer to that would be 20 minutes.
That is correct,
But
sir.
I don't know if I'm reading this too far incorrectly.
That makes you smarter than the majority of poker players, believe me, because I went around the whole room asking this question to these guys in Malaysia, and I would say only about 10% of people were able to get the answer as quick as you, my friend.
It makes me a bit worried or skeptical about what this third question is going to be now. But I think we might just pause the questions as tens is raised to 8,000. A call from Yang Peng with the king deuce suited in the small blind. Zhang Junlong is going to 3-bet the ace-5 offsuit to 23k off of a 55k stack. Now, typically this would look very, very strong.
He's strapping in. He's taking off here, putting that blocker to use. But yeah, pretty bad timing here. Unless somehow Jiang reads into this and sees it as super strong. I think we will just see him click it back with the tens here to commit himself and try and squeeze out Mr. Yang Peng behind him. Yeah, pretty gross spot, to be honest. We haven't seen Zhang Junlong do anything crazy so far. But yeah, I do think theoretically speaking, tens is too strong here to fold against a stack that started to hand with around about or less than 15 big blinds.
Wow, and it looks like you've actually drilled it absolutely perfectly, Grant. The click back to 38k or 40k to isolate it back to the big blind. This is very well played from the tens. Very well thought out decision there. Getting it heads up, and now the ace-5 is not loving life. Saw the expression as soon as the raise went in that probably in a little bit of trouble here when this happens. It's counting up exactly how many chips are behind, and I think probably going to come to the decision that given the amount that's in there, we may have to go with the remainder. I think if he could see that it was pocket tens that he was against, the chips would already be in the middle, given the odds that he is going to be getting, but no, decides to fold. And
yeah, live to fight another day there.
Has
it around about 8.5 big blinds behind. But nice timing there by the tens, realizing the situation and coming with the click back. Unfortunate from the ace-5 there, but still a nice idea. Have to say, pretty creative and probably GTO approved, definitely at some frequency there with that specific holding. Just unfortunate that Hufflepuff are on fire right now. And the third question, my friend, Sir Jordan Bromley, coming up right now.
I'm nervous, but I'm ready.
I'll let you sweat it for just a moment because I know the tension is there. I can feel the nerves as well. Okay, here we go. There's 30 cows in the field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Would you be able to repeat that question for me, please?
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's no tricks there. How many didn't? That's what you said, right? Repeat
none
the
of them,
question.
but I don't know why.
Right? You asked me to repeat the question, so I'm repeating the question. How many didn't?
I'm sorry, I don't know where you're going here with this one. This is a bit over my head.
Alrighty. So obviously, everyone else listening out there, you already know the answer because, yeah, you have a brain inside that head of yours. Congratulations. So I'll just explain this one simply now for Jordan. So there's 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. So 20 cows, 8 chickens.
That is fantastic.
30 minus 20 is 10. So the answer is 10.
Yep.
How many didn't? 10 of them, obviously. Anyway, moving on to the next hand, and obviously Pan Yu Chao is folding the 9-4 of diamonds there. So action will shoot over to the button here. And here he is, Mr. Zhang Junlong here. Still got a look on his face. Feels like he got his hand caught in the cookie jar there when he had the ace-5 offsuit. So he's slowing down and entering this part in the form of a limp. But wow, the defending champ got the goods. Sends it on him here. But thankfully for Zhang, only lost one big blind there. Had he have jammed pre-flop, would have been getting snapped off there and potentially heading to the rail.
I don't know if I've ever known a cow to eat chicken, to be honest. Usually they're more of a grass kind of guy. Some straw.
I think you've been watching too many movies, my friend.
No, cows are typically herbivores, aren't they? Or am I just incorrect?
I think it depends on which part of the world the cows live in. I think it's heavily dependent on the environment. I know, for example, like in England, the British cows, yeah, for sure, they're grazing, lots of hay, lots of grass. But over in Portugal, it's different. You know, there's a lot of piri-piri chicken there. That's where like piri-piri chicken and Nando's originated from. And of course, when that's on the menu, you're not going to go for salad.
No,
so
of course
I'm not judging.
That's a
I'm not
great
judging
point.
anyone, and I'm not judging any cows on their diet because I also like to take a balanced approach. I'm not an angel. I'm not eating, you know, fruit and vegetable and salads all day long. I'm also mixing it up and eating my fair share of chicken as well. But yeah, just something to note. You know, I think it's very interesting how across the world, different populations, they have different tendencies to each other. And this is often shaped and formed by the closest ones around us. So over time, they become these like little gatherings and groups and communities that have their own traditions. I think it's an amazing part of the world. And that's why traveling is so important, getting to see these different cultures and experience these things, so healthy for the mind, as we do see all in here. And Mr. Yang Peng feels though he has to call it off with the Queen 7, and he will send Zhang Junlong to the showers here. So potentially some karma there for the fake Burberry, but unfortunate for him, Yang Peng already invested enough pre-flop there, had to call off given the odds he was getting. And ace-10 falling victim to the queen-7 suited there. So Yang Peng, the rich get richer now. That man, a force to be reckoned with as we approach the bubble. This is going to be very interesting because we have two of the big stacks sitting side by side each other. And they've both definitely shown they're not one to shy away from taking aggressive lines.
Ace-5 for Zhang Rong. Feels like a time to probably go for it now. Less than 6 bigs, but no. Ace-5 going away. Wu Lu Yao opening the 6-4 suited is going to get that one through the Ace-5.
And now, interesting decision for Mr. Pan Yuchao in the big blind. Will elect to defend here from the short stack. Hand too good, too pretty, too much equity to consider folding. And what a flop for him. Queen 10 deuce, 2 spades. Has the flush draw and the gut shot to go with it. Would like to see him check this one in flow, though, to the pre-flop raiser. Allow your opponent to put in another bet before you make your move. I think the play here would be to jam it in, request the triangle, because with Jack high, no showdown value right now. You can get some better hands to fold, some King X and Ace X combinations, and that's exactly what he does. Nicely timed check jam there from Pan Yuchao. Gets the additional 5.5k on the flop out of his opponent.
Are there any other fun questions you potentially have, Grant? I quite enjoyed those.
I have many questions, but unfortunately at this point, I am so disappointed with the answers I'm receiving that I refuse to ask any more questions. So right now, I'm locked in on this poker action because I have to say, these guys, they're playing absolutely outstanding.
As it looks like we have a new face to the table, bringing a lot of chips over. It's to be somewhere in the vicinity of 190,000. Our table captain, though, 7-6 suited. As it looks like I might have overestimated that. 150, it looks like. Yang Peng with the 3 deuce. Wang Shengyong, though, ace jack offsuit and the cutoff. Less than 20 big blinds. Maybe feels like this one is worthy of a triangle. No, it's worthy of a fold, apparently. As it folds around to Pan Yuchao once again. I love Jack-Jack, but not so much 10-4 offsuit. Wu Lu Yao, 9-7 suited. Expect this one to be defended, and it will be. So we're going to go to the flop 3-way. 3 clubs on the flop would be disastrous for Yang Peng. And, well, it's one way to will it into existence. The King Jack of clubs. Flush draw for both Zhang and Yang. But Yang actually has the best hand with bottom pair to go along with it. Wu Lu Yao is merely a spectator to what could be a gigantic pot between the two table captains. These guys are 60 big blinds effective. A bet of 18,000 and a quick call.
Ooh.
That is a rather disastrous turn for Yang Peng, the 8 of clubs, and the trap, checking it over.
Sickness.
Yang Peng immediately pouncing onto the check with the 3 high flush.
Pass me the bucket, Jordan.
Started the hand with almost 300,000, which is, I'm going to say, probably double the average stack going into day 2. These guys with the potential to play a 600k pot. The largest stack that went through the first flight was around that amount, so we could be seeing some absolute carnage unfolding as the smooth call comes out. The river is the 3 of diamonds, inconsequential. The texture of this board not changing very drastically at all. 250k behind for Jiang. Yang is covered here. How much is the request going to be? 125,500 in the middle. Are we going to see an amount nearing that?
Yeah, and this is such a sick spot here because after the action on the turn, surely Yang Peng now thinks he's got the best hand. So as he sizes this one up here, he's only thinking about hands he can get called by, praying his opponent's got a hand like top set. But interesting now, after this bet, will Jiang be able to find the jam for value here against this huge sizing, potentially gets scared, puts his opponent on a bigger flush, and only flat calls?
I wouldn't be shocked to see either decision, to be honest. This is a very, very large bet. And you can actually see the sigh. I don't think we're going to see a jam. Does not look like the mannerisms of a player who is going to be finding a rip over this bet. At this point, he's just wondering if his 7 high flush is going to be good here. We can see that should he put the call in, he's going to be taking himself well over the 500k mark, and the call goes in, almost 500k, up to 475. Yang Peng slipping down to 143,000. That is a massive
absolutely.
pot.
Crazy swing there. Nice pickup there for the gentleman from Hufflepuff. Yang Peng there getting bitten for electing to cold call there with the 3 deuce suited, especially against under the gun's range. Pre-flop there, never ever doing too good. And indeed, he did get collared there, flush over flush, loses a huge one. So we have a new table captain now. And this gentleman here has been playing like a boss so far. As we approach the bubble now, expect to see him continue doing the same, putting the pressure on the shorter stacks around him at the table. But it's not over for this gentleman, Yang Peng. Still in there. And Hu Chao here, just enjoying some camera time. 6-4 offsuit. Sends it into the muck. And Yang Peng here, feeling angry after losing that hand. Perhaps getting straight back in the saddle. Jacking off. 11,000 is the new price of poker. And Chen.
No, the new price of poker is in fact 83,000 now, as the 7s gets ripped in for almost 17 blinds. Pan Yu Xiao with the ace-8 going to relinquish, and it's going to get back over to Yang Peng. And I can imagine that he's not feeling too great 2 hands in a row. Yeah, the shrug, trying to get the bad vibes off of the last couple of hands that have happened. "33 players remaining. 22 will be making it through to the next day's play. As this is the Baby Dragon Day 1B event. We still have 1C happening later on tonight. So don't worry about when we reach the 22 player mark. The stream will not be ending. We'll have the turbo coming onto the feature table.
It depends how these guys are playing. If the standard of play drops any further, maybe we cut the stream early and save you guys the pain. And then we all just come back feeling fresh for day 2 tomorrow. You know, the opportunities are endless. But we do have some action here. Mr. Wu Lu Yao, ace queen offsuit on the button. Facing the open. But he knows his man. Yang Peng, no respect to this gentleman's range. So he will elect to 3-bet this ace queen. And presumably it is for value indeed.
Yeah, after the 3-do showdown, I feel like it's going to be a clear value spot for the ace-queen. King-jack goes down. The king-10 likewise. Back over to Yang with the ace-7 suited. Is the effective stack in this hand, and he very quickly lets it go. Zhang Rong with the king 4 offsuit for a little bit over 4 big blinds is going to jam from under the gun before having to pay the big blind and the ante. Wu Lu Yao going to ask for a cam with the ace-8 for 4 big blinds. Probably going to have to put this one in. Expect you're going to be ahead of this range quite often, and reaching for those brown chips, he is going to put in the call. So Zhang Rong is going to need some help here. Yang Peng out of the way, and the cards will be on their backs. Chance for Wu to get us down to 32 players. And I can let you guys know after this hand, we'll give you an update on the turbo flight that's happening in the background. As we see a king and a 4. It's a pretty good start for Zhang. The 6 will seal it. The full double granted to Zhang Rong. That looks like a man who expected the outcome like that. Oh, no, we do get a little bit of a smile. As a quick update on the turbo flight happening in the background, kicked off a while ago. There were 64 entries so far, 45 players remaining. So definitely plenty of action still to come. Landing casino in Jeju. Ace 5 suited for Shen Yuhang. raising to 11,000. Started this hand with a touch over 20. Pan Yu Xiao, though, with around 12 and ace-jack suited. Feels like a very easy decision. We are not close enough we're not close enough to the bubble to be considering making tight folds with hands like this, so he does request the triangle and goes with it here. Action folding back around to Shen Yu Hang, who very, very quickly lets it go and getting that jam through, taking himself up to almost 17 big blinds. Just over 9:15 in the evening local time. These players no doubt getting a little bit weary. It's been a long flight. But it's only day 2 of this 10 days of poker. Going to have to ensure you're getting decent enough night's sleep, staying on top of your game, because this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Oh, yes, you know it, my friend. 8 more days of action coming your way after today. And just like Bossman Jordan said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Got to be taking care of your body. Your mind and body is a temple. And over the course of a series, health will deteriorate along with cognitive function and levels of focus. So therefore, you've got to be taking every edge you can away from the tables, trying to stay as mentally and physically as sharp as possible. As we see it open here from Wu Yu Lao with the 8-9 of hearts. And no customers, presumably. Jack Deuce offsuit in the big blind, not going to be defended. So raise and take it there for Lu Yao. And blind still 2.5k, 5k, big blind ante 5k. Starting to approach towards the money bubble now here in flight B of your baby dragon. And absolute rags for everyone so far. Mr. Zhang Rong, same story for him on the button. Decent position, but not a decent enough hand to VP it with. Sends it into the muck. So we are going to see Wang now with the Janina limping and completing from the small blind here, and Chen happy to check back and more than happy to see 7-6-3, 2 diamonds roll off. Nothing here for Wang, but Chen absolutely drilling this one, flopping bottom 2 pair. If you could see his opponent's cards, he'd probably check this one back, allow Wang to catch up somewhat. But instead, trying to go for 3 streets, starts with a bet. Yeah, and unfortunately for him there, Jack 9 cannot continue in any fashion.
Action over to Wang Shengyong. 10-9 offsuit, not going to be opening.
Mr. Chen here, triangle time, sending it across the line with the Janina. Blind v blind, effective stacks around about 15 or 16 big blinds. And Pan Yu Chao got his opponent dominated, staring him down right now, trying to pick up something here. Of course, if he could see the cards, he'd be snapping this one off. But yeah, that is the power of having your opponent covered and being the one to make the aggressive move first. Very hard to call off with some hands that you can very easily open jam with. So we just get the better hand there to fold this time. Nicely executed.
As that number in the top right hasn't moved for a while. 33 players still. Pocket eights for Jiang. Raising to 11,000. Yang Peng with the King Jack suited. If it wasn't suited, this one will be all yours, Grant. Instead, Yang Peng is going to request the triangle and go the chips. 109k. And I have to think that this is going to be met with a call. From the pocket eights, but first, yeah, with the ace king offsuit, has Yang Peng in very rough shape.
Been a very tricky spot here for the eights. Had the ace king gotten out of the way, 22 bigs, but instead we're going to see ace king make the call, and I think now that changes everything. I think Jiang here will end up folding the pocket eights, and Yang Peng going to be all in behind and way, way behind in terms of equity.
The fold is made by the eights. Yang going to need to find a jack. Diamonds on the flop, but not to be. Top set would have been there on the flop. Instead, eights were folded pre-flop. Ace-9 for Hu Xiao. Wu Lu Yao reaching for those brown chips. Puts in a 3-bet. Looks like 31,000. With a secret hand. Oh, wow. But Zhang wakes up with pocket jacks in the big blind. Field number has ticked down to 30, so we are 8 players away from making the money and moving through to day 2. What are we going to be doing here with pocket jacks, though? Oh, wow. The fold comes out. Not what I expected to see at all. So it looks like we're going to have some players brought over. Some fresh faces.
Oh, yes. Welcome. Join the party. That is this wondrous Flight 1B of your Baby Dragon event. And Mrs. Zhang here, rejoining us at the feature table. Welcome back. 30 players remaining. 22 of them will be in the money and advancing to day 2 tomorrow. And don't forget, we will have that stream later today of the Turbo Flight, Jordan.
And
actually, you know
sorry
what?
to cut you off.
Take it back. No, it's too late. I've changed my mind now, my friend. That's it. There'll be no stream of the Turbo Flight, guys. It's official. You know, it's getting late. I'm getting tired and frustrated with these guys playing extremely nitty. But as I say that, the field drops to 27 players, so perhaps I changed my mind. But as for now, there will be no stream of the Turbo Flight. 27 players remaining here in Flight B of your Baby Dragon. And Jordan, sorry for speaking over you, my friend, but I just get way too excited. Mr. Pan Yu Chao here. Good fold, sir, off that stack depth. Could be tempting to open in the Jack-9 suited. But he thinks better of it. And when you have as many chips as Wu Yu Lao does, it's a different story. Queen Deuce of Diamonds on the button. Sure, why not? Comes in for the min raise. And a pretty wide defend here from Hu Chao from the big blind. Jack-6 offsuit. On the flop here, 8-4-4, 2 clubs. Classic case of whoever bets first and shows an aggressive action will probably take it down.
Looks like Wu Lu Yao is the one that's going to try, but it looks like we're actually going to see a float for Jack-6 with the 6 of clubs. Probably with some ideas about how that 6 of clubs may interact with the 8 and the 4, and instead of a 5 or 7 on the turn, it is the Queen of Clubs. Wu improving to top pair. That 6 of clubs does come in handy. Hu Chao with a flush draw now.
Very, very interesting indeed. Choosing to float this one on the flop. Question is, what kind of plan did he have in mind? And after picking up this flush draw, will he elect to lead out? And indeed, he will here. And this would have worked most of the time. But as we can see, unfortunately, this time, Wu actually turned top pair here out of the blue with his Queen Deuce of Diamonds. But still, not a clear-cut spot here for Lu Yao. Queen Deuce, not necessarily always going to be the best hand. But I'm pretty sure we will just see him continue with a call here on the turn. And a beautiful brick on the river for the queen deuce. But it doesn't really change much if Hu Chao was to bet again, because he is representing a stronger hand than queen deuce, should that be the case. Can definitely have some flushes that would take this line.
What size do you think you would need to bet here to get an 8 to fold, Grant? Because that's kind of what we're targeting.
Yeah, good question, Jordan. I think to try and target an ace 8 here, potentially 3/4 pot, could get the job done. If you want to go a bit more polar, perhaps you size up near the pot or a small overbet. He's gone pretty much 95% pot here, so absolutely bombing it, representing a very polar range now, basically saying he has a flush or nothing. And we will be taking a very short break after this hand, 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back, myself, Grant Gardner, alongside the Aussie legend, Jordan Bromley. And it's been absolutely thrilling so far. I'm on the edge of my seat right now, Jordan.
Yeah, I wonder what Wu is going to do here. These hero calls that irk into the break are always difficult ones to look back on. He's reached for the 5K chips. He doesn't look very convinced by this. Who doesn't look comfortable? He was fidgeting a little bit in his seat, but he's decided on a position to stare at the felt, not give anything away. What are we going to see here from the queen deuce of diamonds? Another look at the card, shows the queen and marks. The bluff works out, and a bit of a wry smile there as Hu is going to rake that pot in. As we head to a break here in the Baby Dragon Day 1B, we'll be back in around 14 minutes, guys. Don't go too far. Welcome back, guys, as we carry onwards. 27 remaining, 144 began. We will be bagging and tagging at 22. So we are nearing the bubble of this flight. Blinds at 2,500 to 5,000. And things are definitely getting a little bit intense here. Saying wrong, 43k and the ace-4 suited. For almost 9 blinds, you'd have to feel that this may be good enough to take. He found a double up not long ago with king-4 offsuit against ace-8. Another double would get him up towards 20 big blinds and feeling a lot more comfortable with his stack. Doesn't look comfortable right now. He's going back and forth with his decision. Looks like he is going to fold. Over to Wang Shengyong. 15 big blinds, 10-5. The 9-8 suited also folded. Oh, ace king for Hu Chao. In the small blind. Getting a look at how many chips are in the big. He's got 182,000, which is a touch over 30 blinds. Almost 40 even. Looks like a raise goes in. 18,000 Ji Shen. Looking at this raise, starting with 18 big blinds himself. What are we going to see here? Could definitely feel like some fake pressure being applied from Hu Xiao here. As far as fighting back goes, ace-7 feels like a candidate blocking the top of your opponent's range, but we can see that this would not work out for him. Reaching for chips, and in goes a call, so see you on the flop. 41,000 in the middle, 80,000 the effective stack. Xi really does not want to see an ace. Instead, he finds a 7, takes the lead, but with 3 diamonds, Hu Xiao has 7 outs with that second nut flush draw. I wonder if he ever considers just jamming his hand against a bet after checking here. Xi getting a second look to see whether or not he has a diamond in his hand. Not the case. The ace-7 is a 58% favorite, but 58% is not too convincing. Looks like he is going to reach for 10,000. Hu Chao eyeing the stack off again. And there is the jam. We mentioned it could be a possibility. The check jam with the king of diamonds coming out from the man in the check jacket. Ji Chen, his tournament life will need to be at risk should he continue in this hand. Counts up his stack to see that he has 69,500 behind. Would a queen play a hand like this? What about a combo like the ace or king of diamonds? Definitely could feel like reasonable candidates, and if he feels like opponents are going to be putting the pressure on near the bubble, then maybe those hands are going to be a little bit more prevalent than initially thought. Shifting in his seat, doesn't seem too sure of himself. Does end up folding though. Sang wrong with the Jack 3. Going to let it go. Is that field at 27? Over to Pan Yu Shao. Pocket kings for Hu Xiao. There's Xiang trying to use the chip lead. Instead going to be facing the second best hand ever created. In goes the 3-bet to 35k. Ji Chen in the small blind folding. Zhang Shenshu, ace 8. Expect also to see this one go down. But taking pause first. As it says that stack is 2.1 million, but I don't think I believe that. That would be a considerable amount of chips.
And 24 players remaining. This one going to wrap up very soon. 22 of these guys will be in the money, advancing to day 2 tomorrow.
Over to Pan Yu Xiao, king 8.
And very wisely getting out of the way there, because Wu Lu Yao, you spoke about second best hand ever created. Well, this gentleman's got the best. Pocket aces here. Pumps it up to 12k. So Jiang now just behind him with the pocket threes. He's thinking about making a move here because he does have his opponent covered, and we are approaching the bubble. Will it be just a call or a 3-bet? Likes to flat this one in position. And Ji Chen here, unfortunately for him, extremely bad timing. Jams it in, 13 big blinds. And as we can see, he's walked into it. Wu Lu Yao here with the Rockets. Probably going to take his time before calling. Ask for a count, because potentially trying to drag in Jiang behind him.
Yeah, ace is looking absolutely stunning here. Taking quite a lot of time. Eventually the chips are being reached for. Looks like these aces are finally going to put in the call, and the threes very quickly out of there, and we're going to see that it was all a bit of a ruse. A bit of a roll of the eyes when the aces get turned over, and King Queen needs a lot of love here. 15% of the time this one will go their way, and, well, I mean, increases to 21 on that flop. Even more on the turn. The river, even. Well, then, that is one lesson in ways to crack aces. King, Queen offsuit getting there. You love to see it.
Oh, indeed you do. And that potentially was karma for taking too long to call there, because me and Jordan, we're on the clock right now. And as soon as this wraps up, guys, we are done. There'll be no stream of the turbo flight. You know, we don't respect those guys. The blind's going up too fast. Variance too high. They play about 3 hands every level. So we're just going to go and stay rested and recharged, coming back for tomorrow's stream. So join us there for day 2. That one going to be an absolute banger, of course. Change of dealers here. Mixing things up here. Hopefully this madam brought the coolers along with her beautiful looks. Because, yeah, as soon as we're down to 22 players, we'll be bagging and tagging and wrapping things up here for the day. And I have to say, it's another beautiful day to be alive, and another beautiful day to be commentating for Red Dragon Poker Tour, coming to you guys live from Jeju, South Korea, here at the Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino.
Pan Yu Shao, 70k with the ace-10 offsuit. Looks like just a fold. Over to Hu Xiao, who's just going to jam on everybody on the bubble. Oh, but Chen Yuhang, ace-queen offsuit, having a bit of a laugh and folding. Not going to be calling this one off. Hu Xiao putting that stack to use. $24 remaining, 22 making it through to the next day's play. So we just need 2 more eliminations, as play may even be slowing down slightly.
Well, if these guys are going to be folding hands like that, then yeah, we could be here for a while longer. Because one has to think that potentially, if his opponent had a hand like ace-king that dominated him, would he really open jam it? Surely not. He'd be raising small to try and induce a jam from his opponents. Therefore, ace-queen becomes a powerhouse in that spot. Sure, we might be flipping sometimes against some medium pairs, but I think we've got to call and run the spot there. Try and build a huge stack, advance into the money with a huge stack. But however, I'm not fully aware of the shorter stacks on outer tables. And as you can see right now, top right of the screen, we've lost another player. So we are now down to the direct bubble. So maybe these guys more clued up than myself in terms of who's got how many big blinds on the outer tables. And maybe that is a reason why the ace-queen did indeed hit the muck. But here we go now. It's bubble time, so strap in. Things are about to get spicy here.
Yeah, get comfy. We could be here for quite a while. As we mentioned, if the hands like that are getting folded, who knows what we are in for. Could we have a repeat of the bubble bust out hand last night, A7 against Kings, for over 400,000 chips? It was an absolute monster. Hu Xiao looks like he's going to keep his foot down. 7-6 offsuit +2. Recognizing that everybody's probably in fold mode, given where we are at. Wang Shengyong, King 7 suited, lets it go. Folding over to Pan Yu Xiao. 10-4 is going to be over and out as far as I'm concerned. And he does let it go. And thus we wait. We wait for the hands to conclude at the outer tables. Wait for the green light from our fantastic tournament director to continue on. One hand at a time on this bubble.
Yeah, and a massive shout out to Justin Bazolha, one of the best TDs in the game, running the show right now here in this Baby Dragon Flight 1B. And it's direct bubble time. Everyone here now anxiously anticipating what is happening on the outer tables, because we are hand for hand, so need to wait for all action to finish on the other tables before the dealer gets the go-ahead to deal the next hand here. Everybody here praying for a cooler on an outer table.
Everybody patiently waiting. Looks like Hu Xiao was eager to just start putting pressure on people. Typically, there's the rule to stay in your seats on the bubble, but Wang Shen looks like he's going to go for a quick walk. See exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm not buying it, my friend. The toilets are right behind you. So why are you walking off in that direction? That'll be a one-hand penalty if I was running the floor here. No excuses, but stay in their seats. Even seat 2 right now, he's pushing it a little bit.
Oh, he's very pushing it. Walking off set.
And these guys now walking all over me, making a mockery of me.
Oh my
Perhaps
goodness.
there's an all-in and a call at an outer table. Who knows what commotion is going down right now. But for us, we're just going to sit here anxiously anticipating if this bubble is indeed about to burst.
There are fewer players sitting than there are standing now. Everybody wants to be up and about. And it looks like we're going to get an angle to this outer table. There is an all-in, and the chips are being put in. So the cards are just waiting to be put on their back. And holy moly, that is a lot of chips in the middle.
Indeed it is. This is a massive pot here that actually looks like Sir Jason from QQ Poker, if I'm not mistaken. Involved in a huge pot here on the bubble of this day 1B flight of your baby dragon. Looks like an all-in and call on 2 tables here. So very likely that the bubble will indeed be burst very soon. TD Justin standing right behind there. Appears as though on the first table we have lost a player. So indeed, I do believe we are going to be in the money. And the dragon there going absolutely wild, bouncing off the walls, Jordan.
And I'm unsure if we're going to see the outcome of the other all-in, but it does not matter for the players at this feature table. They will be bagging these chips up. As it looks like we will pan back. Going to have to see the reaction of the player in seat 2. Looks like a bit of a shrug. A pound on the table, and it looks like he will not be returning for a second day of play. Going to have to jump into that turbo and spin another stack up. Never fun to bubble, but these 21 players are going to be putting these chips into some bags and returning for the second day of the Baby Dragon tomorrow. And with that, that'll conclude our commentary. Grant, thank you so much for joining me for this one.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. As always, Sir Jordan Bromley. Catch you tomorrow for day 2, the conclusion of Baby Dragon. And we just saw Chris Labrojo on the screen there. Shout out to him, getting more handsome by the year, aging like a fine wine. So as always, guys, it's peace and love, and see you guys tomorrow.